And welcome back again to another episode of your favorite true crime and criminal culture podcast, Thought Riot Podcast.
Yeah.
My name's Brendan.
And I am Malia, and we are your hosts. Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you, all of you hundreds of people in the studio out there. Give us a cheer. Okay, so we commit to you to being honest, intelligent, unscripted, and bringing interesting conversation and information wherever we get it, and taking it wherever it leads, holding nothing back, and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
All right. Round of applause.
Hooray, hooray, hooray.
For Thought Riot Podcast. So we have a good show set up for you this week, and a lot of good topics, continued topics on some of the cases that we've been tracking, some of the hottest cases out there right now, Delphi, Idaho4, all the good ones. We also have a couple new cases that we're going to be bringing. I know that for me, the cases I'm bringing is going to be the Idaho4 Brian Kohberger car deep dive. Now, we've covered the car before, but we covered it from an angle where it was seeing how much water the prosecution's evidence holds. This is actually digging into the car itself, like the details of the car, GPS, things like that. And then I am covering the Joseph Wierk or Wierk, depending on where you're at in the world, case that is from Moscow, Idaho, and just the weirdness around that. You know, I thought when we were covering some of the Greek row bodies, students, members that have fallen over the past few years, I actually didn't think this one was really sketchy, and now I do. So stay tuned for that. I'm also going to be covering the Mary Collins case, horrible tragedy of North Carolina. It's a rough one, but it's really good to bring awareness to these things. This girl had, she had some, I don't know if you call it a disorder, but a syndrome. She had a syndrome that affected her mentally, that gave her some learning disabilities, speaking, communication, things like that, and just her tragic ending, and it's awful. So stay tuned for all of my topics tonight.
And tonight I will be covering parallel construction in the Idaho4 Brian Kohberger case. What is parallel construction? Well, this is an investigation process, I guess you could call it, where imagine you had to hunt through your room for one very specific item, okay? It could be anything. Let's say it's your wallet. You can't find your wallet. So you go digging through your bedroom and, you make a big mess. It's chaos, digging everywhere for your wallet. You find your wallet, you take everything that is a big chaotic mess, throw it on your bed and put your blanket on top of it and be like, it's cleaned up. It's all good. I got to my wallet.
Yeah, and left a trail of madness behind you.
Well, no, there's a blanket over it.
Yeah.
And then you can be like, look, Mom, my room is clean and I found my wallet.
Ah, great.
It'll make more sense once we talk about it. Also going to be covering the... what is the document called again? It's BickaBarlow. It's basically her little memorandum. I don't remember the exact name of the document. I'll pull it up in a second. But I'm going to be talking about that because a content creator by the name of Get a Clue found something very interesting in there. Incredibly interesting. And I'm just going to save that until we talk about it. But it's all about the DNA, what's going on with the DNA in the Kohberger case. And I think it gave us some answers. And it's funny because this was dated June 22nd, 2023. Yeah. So it's been there, hiding in there this entire time. But this is Notice of Filing Declaration of BickaBarlow in support of defendant's third motion to compel. That is the document.
Boom.
Third case, BickaBarlow, Amber Spradlin, out of Prestonburg, Kentucky. This case is tragic, and there still have been no arrests. Despite 5 people being in the home where she was slain, and 3 911 calls that... Well, 2 that went unanswered, and 1 finally, many hours later, that did get answered.
I'm excited for him. I'm excited to hear about him. I'm sure you guys are too. Ready to get into some trouble tonight. Well, that is awesome. Stay tuned for all of that, and we will go... Oh, I forgot to tell everyone to do all the podcast things. So we are on every platform. We are on the main ones being Spotify, Google, Amazon, Apple. Our biggest following is on Apple. That's where we get like... tons and tons and tons and tons of views, and it's only growing on there. So shout out if you're listening to us on audio version through Apple. Hello to all of you, and welcome to the show. Make sure that you leave a rating, a comment, any of that engagement on any of those platforms goes a really long way. Like that is what those platforms look for, is people engaging in their watch times, things like that. So we would love a comment from you. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know how we could do better. And hit the like button if you're on YouTube or any other platform out there. And again, let us know how we're doing. Let us know how you're enjoying it. And turn on notifications. Turn on those notifications.
Yeah, definitely do.
And
we love input and feedback. My topic about parallel construction came from a viewer tonight.
Yeah, no, we absolutely do. And, one of the things that we focus on the most that we probably should lean into more is just the unbiased, objective approach to every case, where we really try to not be opinionated or biased in any situation and allow the evidence to guide us. And I feel like that's what attracts a lot of people to our channel. But one thing we did get going is our Patreon, and you can join on there free or paid. And for all the free members, we do alerts on there. We also do our alerts on our Discord as well. So I know sometimes YouTube can be untrustworthy around notifications, so I always suggest to people, hop on the Discord, hop on the Patreon. You'll get the same notifications when we have a big premiere rolling out. Normally, at least 2 nights a week, we do a premiere starting at 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time, and that transitions immediately into the True Crime Talk Show, which is our live talk show that we have 4 times a week, and it's a good time.
It is. It's a great time.
It is. All right. So, getting right into it here, the Thought Riot
Breaking news.
No, Content Creator Spotlight of the Week.
I was trying to stop you from saying updates.
No, we aren't there yet. Gosh. So, the Thought Riot True Crime Content Creator of the Week is Duty Ron.
Yeah, I love me some Duty Ron.
I know you do, so I'll let you kick it off here and let us know what you like about Duty Ron and why you guys should check him out.
Yeah, he is a retired NYPD officer, and, I think he's incredible because I feel like he looks at things pretty objectively in a lot of situations. He there's one part of a recent video that he posted, and I think it was about the FBI going back to the Idaho4 home, where he said, and it could have been a different one, but I think it was that one, where he said that he didn't experience corruption in his career, like not serious corruption, but he still like looks at it, because I feel like that can make you biased. You know, if you're like, well, I never experienced anything like that, there's no way that could happen. He still looks at it objectively, like, I know this can happen.
Yeah.
You know, like, even if it's a rarity, even if I didn't experience it, it can still happen. Because humans are very led with their experience. Even if, like, data or anything else, people's other experiences that are totally different than yours, we still lean on our own experiences in life a lot, and we see everything through that filter. So when I see somebody who can take a step past that, it's impressive to me, and Duty Ron can do that, and that's why I love him. No, I think that is really important, and you know, multiple people have stated this, and there is no such thing as unbiased approach. We are all biased in some way. But I agree with you. Part of the reason why I really enjoy Duty Ron and what he does is his approach in these cases is about knowledge, is about expanding people's view of the world in these situations. And I'm the type of person where I'm knowledge obsessed. So anytime I find a content creator that does that in a way that's teaching me literally in every episode, they have my stamp of approval. And I think it's super interesting the fact that he was a part of the NYPD. I mean, talk about a huge police force. I know there's a ton of different stations in the NYPD, so like him being a part of the NYPD doesn't necessarily mean that another NYPD office wasn't corrupt, because there was corruption going on there. There's multiple Netflix episodes about that time, but he seems like a genuinely good person with genuinely great life experiences, and everything from being on the ground during 9/11 and dealing with hardened criminals and bringing all of that experience into talking about these cases. So, he's incredible. And Duty Ron, we appreciate you and everything you're doing. So just keep on doing it. Yeah.
And
he brings the facts. He brings experts. He brings perspective. He brings objectivity. So I definitely highly recommend his content, and I think you should definitely go check him out.
You should. All right.
Are you going to say where you can find him?
You can.
I mean, don't you have it pulled up? I thought you did.
Well, he has. I have his website pulled up.
So what's his website?
Yeah, the website is probably the best place to find him. But it's just dutyron.com, DUTYRON.com, and that will take you to his YouTube. He has all of his YouTube videos posted on there with the different cases that he's covering, everything from Huerman, Gilgo, Idaho4, Murdaugh, everything. Essentially all the cases we're covering, just from that different perspective coming at it from a police officer. So make sure you check him out.
Yeah, and YouTube is the same. It's at Duty Ron.
There you go.
The same.
All right, so moving right along here to the now breaking news updates.
Now, on to true crime breaking news with Thought Riot Podcast.
That one.
Yep.
So, first one I have today is an interesting one, okay? So, we've talked about the Murdaugh case quite a bit, and Murdaugh's getting his retrial because of, what's her name again? Becky Hill? Becky Hill. Because of Becky Hill. Good old Becky Hill. And, she was doing some shady stuff for personal gain in the trial. I know that it's still not yet, confirmed, but clearly there's enough evidence for there to be some big question marks around it with this retrial. Now, if you guys don't remember, I guess I'll give you a quick breakdown. At the end of his Murdaugh's murder trial, the judge made a comment, and I don't know if you remember or if you watching remember, but when we watched it on live stream, I was like, oh, he should not have said that.
I respect this court, but I'm innocent. I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my wife, Maggie, and I would never, under any circumstances, hurt my son, Paw Paw.
Well, and it might not have been you. It might have been the monster you become when you take 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 opioid pills. Maybe you become another person. In the murder of your wife, Maggie Murdaugh, I sentence you for a term of the rest of your natural life for the murder of Paul Murdaugh, whom you probably loved so much. I sentence you to prison for murdering him for the rest of your natural life.
That was really harsh. And essentially he told Murdaugh, you're a monster, and I hope that your family haunts you when you go to sleep at night. And, Murdaugh twisted it around and was like, it's true, I do think about them every night when I'm going to sleep. But, it was a direct verbal attack on Murdaugh, and I just didn't think it needed to be there at all, but it was the end of the case. What would it have really mattered? It's not that big of a deal. But Murdaugh's team has been trying to get a different judge, which I agree with. Whether he's innocent or guilty, for me it doesn't matter, because of that comment at the end.
Yep.
Now makes you feel like that judge is biased.
Absolutely.
And now might judge biased during the retrial and make things not be fair, but potentially in the favor of the prosecution due to the original trial. And he is stepping down.
He is?
He is.
Oh, thank God. Because it's even, all that stuff with Becky Hill also happened on his watch. And he even determined things with the whole Facebook posts and all of that. I don't know.
I don't want to come at the judge, because I don't think that judge did anything wrong. If I was sitting on the seat, I wouldn't have made that comment at the end, just because I try and look at things like, what is me saying that going to do? All it is personal gain. You know what I mean? All it does is show that he felt some type of way about Alec, and this was his bias coming out. So I wouldn't have said those things. But he didn't break the law. I do feel like he judged very fair in that trial. I do think he was a good judge. But look, the plan has changed. And now that there's a retrial and you've declared your bias for him, there's just no place for you going forward in this case. But he is judging his upcoming case around the financial charges.
Oh, goodness.
Will that continue? I don't know. But I think it was the right thing for him to step down. I don't think he's a bad judge. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. But, that comment and then going into a retrial, it raises some red flags for me.
Yeah, my only issue is that, yes, Murdaugh is a piece of dirt.
Yeah.
Okay, he's bad. But I feel like in a lot of instances in that trial, I feel as though people's personal bias against his corruption and disgusting behavior and actions makes them biased towards his guilt, where I personally don't think he pulled the trigger. Do I think he had something to do with it? Yes. Do I think he belongs in prison for the rest of his life? Absolutely. But I just find it, we don't have the murder weapons.
And he never left that night, so that is very strange.
And one's a shotgun and one's
prosecution's timeline, I mean.
One's a shotgun, one's a rifle. It just is all still... I feel like the trial did not make sense of that. Mm-hmm. Not for me. Yeah. It still doesn't make sense to me.
And it's two guns, too.
That's what I am saying. It was a shotgun and a rifle. It just... A lot of it just doesn't make sense. So hopefully that'll get fleshed out in this new trial. Because I want it to make sense. I want to understand. Because I still haven't been able to really get that.
I agree with you 100%. I think regardless, and I feel like that's one thing that people are missing, like you said, that they're letting their bias of how horrible and how disgusting of a person he is get in the way of finding the truth in that one situation. It's really hard to separate these things and be like, you know, Alec did all these crimes over here, but we're focusing only on the loss of life of his son and wife. And did Alec do that? Was it him making the decision to say, yes, I want to end them because of this, and this is how I'm going to do it, and this is how I'm not going to get caught? I don't think he pulled the trigger either, but I think it happened due to his really bad decisions and just overall disgusting human being self, you know what I mean? And
honestly,
we need to try not to let our bias get in the way of that, because those two people that are dead deserve justice.
Yep. Agreed.
So.
Yeah. And whoever was involved in their killings needs to be held accountable, I think. I mean, because I don't think it was just Murdaugh that was involved.
Yeah, maybe it comes out that he really was involved and he pulled the trigger on his wife.
And somebody else did the other.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But all I know is the current story doesn't make sense, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
So, just keep an eye out on that, you guys. I know that the retrial information and stuff will be coming up soon, and we will have a new judge, and they might even be getting a new location. They might get the approval to move it just because it was so politicized. They're worried about jury being pulled from that area being tainted, which, again, I understand.
When you're a local to that area, too, the Murdaugh's impacted that community so much. I feel like the only way for it to be truly fair is to move it.
Yeah.
And the whole nation knows about it now, so that's why I always say there is no way to get a completely untainted jury, except for the little things that they do, like switching out jurors. They have some processes that make it work for the best they can, but even then, I feel like you're running a risk.
That's why I fight for a transparent court in any situation. There should just be cameras everywhere in everything except for minors and those kinds of details. But I feel like that would help combat some of this trial by media stuff that we see. So
yeah, just give the facts.
Yep.
Not speculation, not opinion, just the facts.
Yeah. I don't want to get into that argument.
But I feel like that's what
There's no way around that.
The court has to give us the facts.
Yeah.
We are allowed to speculate and form opinions all we want based off of those facts. The issue is in a lot of these cases, we're dealing with such little facts.
Yeah. Transparency and live. Yeah, I agree.
That's what I feel like slants it and makes a jury bias.
Yeah. But I'm curious what you guys think and how you guys feel about it. I know we have multiple viewers of ours that believe he is just one of the worst human beings that ever walked on this earth, and I know that you guys feel like he did pull the trigger. So I'm curious how you feel about it. Leave a comment below. Let us know what you think.
Yeah. He'll probably get found guilty again.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess so. Okay, so I ran across the most disturbing thing on Twitter when I checked Saluthi's account, and I feel like we have to talk about it. I had never heard of this at all, which I love that Saluthi, shout out to her. I love that she's making a lot of this stuff public. She's going out of her way to obtain it, to make it public, because in Delphi, they really don't like transparency.
And just to
at
say,
least Judge Goal.
Yeah, and just to say on top of that, we were going to try and cover. We did a test run on the Delphi case to see if it's even feasible to get these documents and have them posted quick. And that case is moving so fast with so many documents coming out and so much information dropping. It just didn't.
You have to call every single day.
Every single day, every single time. So we just didn't have the ability to continue that and keep that up. But literally as quick as they're coming out, Sleuthy and Bob Motta from the Defense Diaries, they are on it. They are covering this case as a primary case, which is a little bit different than what we do. And they are phenomenal at it. So if you're curious about Delphi, make sure you check them out too.
Yes, absolutely, because they're giving those real-time updates.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what we're looking at here. This was posted by Sleuthy, and she said, Here's the letter written by inmate Baston that has been sealed by the court since its arrival to the clerk. The envelope here has... Where's the date? I don't see a date, actually. Maybe he dated... I saw a date somewhere initially. Maybe he dated his letter at the letterhead. Okay, I'm wrong. Oh, wait. There, I saw it. Okay. I knew I wasn't tripping. Okay. July 5th, 2023 is when this was processed by the clerk.
Okay. July 25th, 2023.
No, July 5th.
July
2023.
5th, 2023. Okay.
So within this, he says Robert P. Baston was an inmate at Westville's restrictive housing unit. He received a subpoena for a case number, and this case number is 08CO12210MR000001. That is Richard M. Allen's case number.
Okay.
In Indiana. So yeah, he was subpoenaed to testify on this case. He does not say what he was subpoenaed for. Like, he doesn't give any of those details. But from what he is saying in this letter, I assume it has to do with the correctional facility, because he claims in this that he was a voice against the abuse Richard Allen was receiving from corrupt sergeants, officers, administrative staff, and mental health professionals.
Yeah. He was supposed to come to the court. That was the
Yes.
one that was supposed to show up in person and give a statement in court. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
But didn't.
Yeah, you pulled something up right before this. What was that?
Yeah. So there's an additional part to this where I think what people are questioning, including myself, because it sounds like it could be real here, the day that he was supposed to come to court, the officer or sheriff, whoever was managing that, I don't remember what their name is right now. We'll post it on our Twitter too, but they called and said, hey, this guy is refusing to come out of his cell, Judge Gohl. Judge Gohl then responds and says, well, if he doesn't want to come to court, don't make him. And so the question is, did this really happen? Did this guy, Bastion or whatever, refuse to come out of his cell? Or was this a decision by the corrections officers, who are the ones being blamed in this situation, that are saying he's refusing to come out of his cell?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's Brian Wysocki,
Okay.
I think is the officer's name from the affidavit.
There's a couple of them on there, and we don't have time to dig into it on here. So
No,
we'll post
I just...
it on our Twitter, and you guys can check it out from there.
Absolutely. And I think you should go read this inmate's letter. He alleges disgusting abuse, like them putting his mattress in urine, them slamming something, like I think he slammed... I couldn't quite understand what he was getting at in that one specific part where he talks about the mattress being slammed on the ground, and that he was like essentially had those restraints on when you're in a chair, you know, where you can't move at all. Every limb is secured. And they broke his ankle and then took a pin and stabbed him in the arm to the bone.
Wow.
And then at another part, he was even taken out of his cell and out of sight of cameras and beaten up.
Yeah.
And he said this was due to them retaliating against him for speaking up for Richard Allen.
Yeah. That is horrible, horrible, horrible stuff if it's true. Now, you better believe that what's going to come into question is his past crimes, who he is, and his character. So is it possible this... just playing the other side of the coin here, you know, we try our best to be objective and unbiased and look at things from both sides, but is it possible that this could also be a criminal, a convict that is like, oh, dude, I just saw that story come out. We've heard about it. Is there a way that I can get time reduced or get out of here by, you know, fabricating and hopping on this madness train?
Yeah, I think there is a
personal gain.
There's a possibility there. The only thing that, just from face value, reading the letter, that gives it a little bit more validity for me is he cites multiple case numbers with agencies that he's reached out to get it taken care of. He's reported these people. So, I mean...
Yeah. I mean, evidence proves all. So I'm hoping that the evidence will come out to let us know if this is really going on or not. Because, gosh, dude, like, you know, our prison system, they're supposed to go in there and learn how to be rehabilitated to be able to come out and be in general society again. And with officers that have the possibility and potential of doing these things that they're claiming by, like... you know, shocking Richard Allen, forcing a confession, stabbing this guy, breaking his ankle when he wasn't being combative, things like that. That is awful. That is trauma. That is going to cause people to never be able to change.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a scary idea that literally I hope isn't true. Just for the sake of not having to think that this is a reality in our U.S.
I mean, I've seen other prison accounts that aren't so good. So I think it's a possibility, unfortunately. And from
it's a possibility.
What we deduced from the documents and the dates of Richard Allen's arrest, his those police officers that were wearing the Odin patches the day they started working there, and then when they got promoted within 2 months of working there to like a manager or supervisor of some sorts, and then are overseeing Richard Allen, one of the the highest profile defendant in their prison, which he's not convicted, so he shouldn't be in prison. He takes a rapid mental decline almost immediately. As soon as those supervisors, who had only been working there 2 months and were promoted to that, start overseeing him.
You know what's interesting?
That can't be a coincidence.
You know what's interesting is most jails are managed by the sheriff.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so I wonder if the Indiana sheriffs are not infiltrated by this group of people, but the corrections department is. That's why they got to move to corrections and not left in county jail.
Well, Odinism is in prisons heavily, from what we've seen. There's been a lot of recruitment in prisons.
No, absolutely. And not even just the Odinism. It's more centered around like specific gangs and things like that. But there's a very big difference between convicts being a part of that gang culture and gang relation and association, and the security guards.
Yep.
Like, big difference.
Well, he also alleges that these officers were also drug trafficking and bringing in contraband.
If this was real, for sure.
And all kinds of other stuff. So
that happens everywhere.
Yeah. So, I mean, if they're in bed with the gangs there, or they're a plant by the gangs, and they're being told to do this, I mean, if this turns out to be true, everything that he's saying, this is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah, it's a scary thing
It's
to look at.
It's disgusting. It's absolutely. I get that some of the worst are in prisons, but there's also innocent people, and there's also people who did something bad that are doing their time and are going to be back on our streets. Do you really want to break them down and treat them so inhuman, like an animal, to the point when they come out here and are back on our streets, they don't know how to act, behave, be a good citizen? Like,
yeah,
you're just making more criminals or worse criminals.
More issues.
It's not okay. So I thought this was a really interesting find. And it's interesting that he wrote this, I think it said on June 25th. It was filed July 5th. So they literally haven't allowed it released this whole time. Why do you think that is? Like,
yeah.
And the fact that this was stated and Judge Gold and the attorneys were saying everything they were saying to Judge Gold about what was going on in the prison, and she still denied him the transfer?
Yeah.
Like, we have an inmate saying they saw it. We have defense attorneys saying they saw things, and his rapid mental health decline, and she still denied it?
And the day that this was all supposed to come out, all of it, you know what day that is, right? The day they got kicked off, Baldwin and Rozzi.
Yep.
This was supposed to come out that day.
And the day she conveniently had cameras in the courtroom to scare them so that they would back off the case.
Yep. It just seems very coincidental.
It's very orchestrated is what it is. Like, she is either a mastermind or she is literally a puppet.
Yeah, maybe. I want to be objective about it and look at the other side, but it's hard. This is one of those situations that I have a hard time looking at the other side, just because there are so many coincidences here that it almost feels like just a super flawed idea to even try and look at the opposing side of it. Like nothing's going on here, and Gold just believes that these guys are making this stuff up to gain some kind of personal something from it, whether getting out of jail, getting their client off, or whatever, and that's why she's hiding it, to save face for, you know what I mean? It's hard to make those connections, to say all these people that don't know each other are giving statements and stories that correspond with each other.
Yeah.
Or correlate with each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, we have multiple people who have nothing to do with each other saying the same thing.
Yeah.
And then the correctional officer saying, yes, I do wear patches. Like, what?
Yeah. It's crazy.
And then you look at the dates. Like, it's too much.
Wild.
It's too much for me. I feel like it's orchestrated. I just feel it. And I don't know what the end goal is for that, but that's just my gut feeling. It's
scary seeing all these really powerful people in positions where it feels like they're helping some kind of organized crime.
Yep. It is.
It's scary.
But we want to know what you think about this. Definitely go check it out. We're going to, repost it to Twitter. I might post it in Discord, too, in the investigations tab, just so that it's, like, somewhere everybody can go back and see and it doesn't get lost in a feed or anything. But, yeah, I want to know, what's your theory on this? Like, what do you think is going on here? This Delphi case is insane, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Let us know. Let us know. So, I thought this was a good one because we have a lot of people on our podcast and true crime talk show that believe Bryan Kohberger is guilty, and that it's really unlikely that the police could do anything shady, things like that, right? And again, we want to give evidence to both sides of the coin. An honest side, like our justice system is always doing things exactly how they should, and then the other side where our justice system, we can show proof, doesn't always do exactly what they should, and those things need to be called out. So, Baltimore has agreed to pay $48 million, $48 million, to 3 men who were wrongly convicted of murder as teenagers. And these 3 guys spent 36 years in prison.
Whoa.
They went in as teens and are coming out grandparent aged. Yeah, wrongful conviction. And not only that, this is why it's important, because I do think that our justice system, that our police get it wrong sometimes, honest wrong, right? Where they believe it's this person and evidence and coincidences point to this person. Well, there was a whole bunch of evidence proving these guys didn't do it. An eyewitness statement saying that they saw the person who did do it. There was multiple pieces of evidence where there was a guy wearing a jacket of the victim after this situation had happened. That jacket could have only be gotten from the victim in this case. And police hid these things. The prosecution and state hid it so that they could make sure and get their conviction of these 3 guys. So 3 innocent men got put away for decades.
3 innocent kids.
Because they wanted the conviction. So I hope these guys get to live their best life now. Good. I'm glad they each get $13 million. Or, no, 48. So, what, 36? So, more than that. They're each going to get 16 million. 16 is what it is. They each get $16 million. But they also gave up 36 years they will never get back.
Yeah, they don't even have to work. Like, they can literally just go live on a beach somewhere.
Take care of their family, take care of friends, do whatever they want, and it's deserved.
Yeah.
I don't think they should ever have to work again if they don't want.
No.
Unless they want to go buy a business and work in that or something. The state did them wrong. And everybody in this situation, I hope none of them still work in the justice system, because anybody that knew about this additional evidence and hid it needs to be held accountable. This stuff is not okay.
Well, this is why we want defense lawyers digging into cases, and we shouldn't be shaming them on national television, Nancy Grace, about them doing their job. Because
I agree.
If you had someone like Baldwin or Rosie or Ann Taylor on the case, they would have unearthed that. They would have eventually.
Yep. Absolutely. This is why we have things like the Innocence Project are for situations like this. And it even says here in a quote, Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby at the time said there was, in quotes, intentional concealment and misrepresentation of the exculpatory evidence that would have showed that it was someone else other than these defendants. She apologized to the men when they were released and vowed to work for reforms for people wrongly convicted. Crazy. So, when looking at every case, look, I'm pro law enforcement. I love our law enforcement. I love our justice system. I love our country. I love our politicians when they're working like they should. Now, I feel like we have, for whatever reason, created situations where you have honest ones and you have dirty ones. And a lot of times I feel like the honest ones will stick up for the dirty ones just because they're a part of this one system, but then they're doing things honest, everything they touch, you know what I mean? And I don't think that's okay either. We need to get rid of these problems. It is a disease when you have a system that is meant to function honestly, open, transparent, and you have somebody in there actively working against everything that was designed to be built into this system.
Well, also, I don't think people understand how important transparency is for public trust.
And safety,
And safety. Like, that's why Finland is named the happiest place to live on the planet. And places like Denmark. Their governments are incredibly transparent. They feel like they can trust their systems. They feel like, I mean, imagine that. a country where you feel like you can trust everything and you don't feel like you have to be looking over your shoulder or worried about a police officer pulling you over, you know, like you don't really have to worry about those things because everything is super honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
From the system.
When you do the crime, you do the time, and it's transparent and everyone knows about it. That is social and group accountability in itself. And I feel like a lot of times a transparency initiative, something similar to that, where, you know, if you do a crime, the court case is always posted on live TV. That's more of a deterrent than jail time, in my opinion. So there are so many benefits, is where I'm going with this, to presenting crime live. And for whatever reason, most of our judges are running. They're booking it the other direction rather than letting cameras in the courtroom and letting the public in on these things. We need to install GoPros in every single courtroom at every single level and present all of it onto a court website.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I don't know how Finland's justice system works. So you started saying that, and I don't know how their justice system works in that respect when it comes to cameras and things. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Well, I don't know about cameras.
I can't say how it works over there. I just know what I see from statistics, from, you know, articles written on it, that they feel like their government's super transparent and they can trust them. That's all I know about it. And I think it just speaks volumes, you know. But I don't know how the technicalities are in their justice system. I just want to say that.
Yeah.
It would be a super interesting thing to look into.
Yeah. I'm more worried about our country. I'm not even worried about that country. I just think that if we could have put cameras in all of our courtrooms, it would stop all of this, all of it. That needs to be something that our justice system looks into. We're going into a technological era, and there is no way back. And these things will help prevent this. Will there be hiccups because of it? Sure, there's going to be issues, but is it going to fix more issues than it solves? Do we actually want transparency and real justice, or do our justice systems want power and control over who is free or not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if you're fighting cameras, I feel like there's a very good possibility it's because you're fighting real justice, not easy justice, because sometimes justice isn't hard. Transparency and truth isn't easy. So
I agree with you 100%.
I'm glad these guys are out.
Yeah, I'm super happy. I mean, it's sad that you had victims who lost their lives and then 3 teenagers who literally lost their lives too, basically. Yeah. I mean, they didn't get to grow up and, like, go to college if they wanted. Or, you know, get married and have children. Like, they missed out on so many things. Like, the 20s and 30s are a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of things happen.
I'm just disgusted how much overwhelming evidence, exculpatory evidence for them, the prosecution, the state, and the judge allowed to be ignored. It is so grossly offensive. Eyewitness, I mean, you have prosecutions like in the Idaho4 claiming the eyewitness is the biggest deal ever. You know, they hook their entire grand jury on an eyewitness statement or statements. And then you have cases like this where they literally ignored the eyewitness, and we're like, okay, cool, we don't need it. You know what I mean? That is too much power.
Yeah.
How do we have prosecutors like this?
That's why they need to be deposed, and there needs to be, like, I don't know. That's why transparency is important to me, is to have, like, these preliminary hearings, not grand juries, where all of it is looked into and unearthed, and, you know, the defense can depose, you know, officers, you know, different people, and ask them, is this everything?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, over and over and over and over. Is this everything?
Yeah.
Is there more?
Right. I agree. And I'm curious what you guys think. Let us know in the comments below. And maybe you could get $16 million.
How? I want $16 million. You're just not going to tell me? I just have to get pinned, framed, a frame-up done on me, and spend 30 years in prison.
Yeah.
Next up, which this really caught my attention because of Cassie, the singer. I listened to her growing up, and I really liked her music, and I had no idea about this. So I saw this on True Crime Daily, and it's entitled, Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Settle Lawsuit 1 day after she accused him of the R word and abuse. And the accusations, you guys, are insane. They are wild.
Jeez.
Like, it's really interesting that we see so many of these men within Hollywood, music industries, entertainment industries that end up having these allegations against them. And it usually ends up being more than one woman. Like, what is it? Is it money and fame that gets to their heads where they feel like women are property? Is it a subculture within that community? What is it? It's gross. It needs to stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, how many are we? I mean, since Me Too, how many have been exposed? And I'm not saying Me Too was a great movement or anything.
No.
But it's important for these things to be brought to light because they gotta stop.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's important for men or women or anything in between.
Yes.
Like, it shouldn't happen to anybody. And as you guys know, I wasn't an adult, so it's very different. But I was a child and understand just some of the reactions to being taken advantage of in such a way. And, this stuff is really important to me, that consent as an adult is followed in every way, shape, and form. I have no idea how bad the claims are, but I mean, even like questionable situations, I feel like with proper communication and over-the-top consent, enthusiastic consent can deter a lot of things.
Oh no, he's just, if these are true, he's just an abuser.
Yeah.
Which, unfortunately, with them settling...
We won't know.
With them settling, we won't know for sure. It didn't get, like the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp trial. It won't get, panned out in court.
One thing to remember, too, in these situations, sometimes, unfortunately, and I'm not saying only women do this, but in a situation where both people are really powerful and Sean and Combs is a producer, could a weird situation have happened where they disagreed on something and she was like, look, if you don't hold up your end of the bargain, I'm going to do something that ends you. You know what I mean? And this is the reaction of that, where like things like that are possible too. And I'm not pointing blame. I just have to give a contradicting argument.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So Cassandra Ventura is her full name. She said, I've decided to resolve
Cassie,
this...
right?
Cassie,
Yeah.
better known as Cassie, the singer. I've decided to resolve this matter amicably on terms that I have some level of control. I want to thank my family, fans, and lawyers for the unwavering support. So it goes on to detail more of this in this article, and it's pretty graphic. It's absolutely disgusting, but some of the accusations are that he trafficked her, and physically abused her. He apparently kept her supplied with drugs, and gender discrimination. That a lot of his abuse was literally gender motivated, which is... interesting.
Yeah.
But she met him in 2005 when she was only 19 years old and he was 37.
Yeah.
I
wonder if she got her break in music because of this.
I believe so. She said that he positioned himself as a father figure and protector, exerted his power and influence over her. And he signed her to his music label.
Yeah.
In 2005.
I would assume so. I didn't know that off the top of my head, but it makes sense.
Yep. So he trafficked her?
Yeah, according to what she's saying.
Like, he pimped her out to other celebrities?
Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, it's like you said in the beginning, there is no way to know. And this could be something other than what we're seeing here. You know, I hope for her sake this isn't true and this was a way to resolve something, because that sounds horrible.
It does. So one of the accusations is that he made her have relations with a male prostitute in what he called freak-offs while he watched, and kept her supplied with many substances, like like ketamine, ecstasy, coke, alcohol, like a lot. And he would get her, you know, her mind altered, make her do this act, and then on some occasions literally beat her afterwards. It's wild stuff, and that then he would give her a bunch of gifts and things like that. It's so much. She said that he was prone to like just out of control anger, just completely out of control.
Which is that is so bizarre to me in these situations where if this is real, if this is true, an abuser is just an abuser, because you can have these same types of experiences with someone that's interested in having them with consent. Like, people enjoy these things. Someone enjoys doing those type of things, consenting.
Well, they weren't even in a relationship.
That doesn't have anything
he's
to
her
do
producer.
with it. You don't have to be in a relationship to have a consenting agreement
That's
to
true.
be part of something like this. So, I don't think that matters in my argument of what I was saying of why. If you have these types of interests and you're a person, you can absolutely act them out on somebody that wants to do it with you and is talked about beforehand. Enthusiastic, consentingly.
Well, here's one fact that proves at least some of her allegations true, okay? So, apparently, Cassie started dating Kid Cudi, and that really made Diddy mad. So, according to a lawsuit in February 2012, during Paris Fashion Week, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car, and that he wanted to ensure that Kid Cudi was home and with his friends when it happened. Around that time, Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. Kid Cudi confirmed that he had a car that exploded to the New York Times via a spokesperson, who said it's all true.
Interesting.
It's insane.
But I would need evidence to back that. I understand Kid Cudi said that, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least something to confirm, kind of something.
There would have to be some kind of report around that explosion, you know?
So, my question is, when they settle, can other people come forward and confirm her stuff?
Yeah,
she can't speak anymore, though, can she?
No. That it needs to be done. So anybody can come forward and say whatever they want, but if you're not the victim, then you can't say anything. Like, no one's going to believe that. Well, you're not the victim. I could come forward and say, P. Diddy did this to her. I just know it.
No, I mean, if people come forward and have evidence to back her up in some of her statements, is all I'm saying.
They could, but where's the gain there? She agreed to not have this out in the open.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, whether it's true or not.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting allegations, though. Gosh, I wonder, since he did this to her, did he do this to any of his other female clients that he signed?
Allegedly. I think it's important for us not to jump on the bandwagon that he did this, because we don't know if he did this. Have no idea.
Yeah, that's true.
But
it's all alleged.
What the claims were. And in Hollywood, when big money is at play here. I'm telling you, I wouldn't be shocked if this was a way to like resolve a money issue too. You know what I mean? And I'm not coming at her. I'm just saying in Hollywood, when there's large money at play here and some kind of an agreement didn't happen like it was supposed to, something got messed up, there are other ways to make someone pay or uphold their end of the bargain, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe this either, but...
I mean, I don't believe anything. I only believe what I have actual factual evidence of myself.
Yeah.
So I don't believe her, and I don't believe him.
I do not... I won't say I don't believe her.
Oh, I will.
I will say that I don't disbelieve her. I just don't know. I'm inclined to believe victims most of the time, but I'm not going to say I believe it 100% until I see evidence, and we're not going to get that. It's a settlement.
I just don't believe anybody. It has nothing to do with them being a victim. If I don't see it with my own eyes, I do not believe it. So.
Okay. That's your opinion. But, I mean, I'm inclined to believe her. I just don't have anything to back it, so I can't jump on the train, and it's still all alleged. So, you know?
Yep.
I'm curious, though, if this will affect anything, if he has any projects ongoing.
I don't think so.
No, you don't think it will?
No, and P. Diddy is massive. He owns all his own stuff. It's not like he's owned by a label. He is the label. It's not like he is owned by a brand. He is the brand. He owns vodka companies. He owns multiple club businesses. He owns everything.
Do you think that... Oh, gosh, you made me lose it because I was thinking it the whole time, but I needed to say it, but I forgot already. Do you think that if you had allegations, of something like this, would you settle and not defend yourself in court?
Yeah.
Like, especially, I mean, because settling on this, for a lot of people, I think would make them think, oh, yeah, he did it. He just didn't want it all to be talked about in court.
No. I would do whatever would save me the most money.
Like, Johnny Depp went to court to prove that he was not an abuser.
Yeah, but for some, it just depends on what's important to people. See, for me, I really enjoy people, and I like when people are interested in, like, having relationships, communication, things like that. But I don't need people to believe my character is honest, trustworthy, anything like that. So in a situation like this, if I was super mega rich and a woman came forward and claimed I was doing all of these things, my number one concern would be, what would be the cheapest outcome? Is it cheaper to just come to a settlement so she can never talk about it again? Or is it cheaper getting an attorney and having them battle it out? That's what I would do, because I wouldn't care what people thought.
Even if it hurt your income severely?
How would it hurt my income?
I mean, it did hurt Johnny Depp's a lot.
Yeah, because he's owned. P. Diddy's not owned by anybody.
Okay. That makes sense.
So I would do whatever is cheapest. For Johnny Depp, the cheapest thing was probably to go to court and fix that. Because he got dropped from roles that were going to make him multi-hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
So for me, it just wouldn't be about what people thought. People are going to think whatever they want anyways. I don't care.
Yeah. That's a good point. But yeah, I want to know what you guys think. It's just disappointing every time you hear a story like this. And there's a lot of back and forth. People that don't believe it, or, people that want to, light their pitchforks or whatever, light their torches, get their pitchforks. So it's always just disappointing, and it's always a mess, and it's just, I wish it would stop.
You just never know what's true or what's not. That's why I say I don't believe anybody. If it happened, most situations will show evidence of it being true. And then that gives everybody the right to believe it. But for somebody to come out and make a statement and expect people to just believe their words, dude, I'm a salesman. Anybody can say anything.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why I look at things this way, because I am a salesman. I'm not a shady salesman. I don't lie ever to anybody I sell to. That's something I will not do. But I've worked around tons of people who do. Tons and tons and tons and tons. Anybody can say anything. So I just don't believe anything. That's not offensive. That just means I need to see evidence with my own eyes. Otherwise, it's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You just said the same thing twice, but okay.
I understand that, but I feel like you guys would understand.
I understand.
Yeah.
But
it's
like
not
I
personal.
said, let us know what you think.
Let us know. All right, so a 43-year-old man bit off a cop's ear. Yeah. He said that he was hungry and couldn't get food, so he flagged an officer down on the road, and when the officer rolled down the window to help him, he just dove in and started eating him.
Clearly that is you trolling right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, a 43-year-old man with a criminal history faces charges after he allegedly bit part of a police officer's ear off during a traffic stop. According to the Shelby County District Attorney's Office, the incident happened on Tuesday, November 14th at approximately 5 a.m. An officer noticed Marcus Johnson and a female passenger in a 2002 Ford F-150. When the officer looked up the vehicle tags, they were registered to another car. So he had a fake driver, he had fake plates on there, didn't match the vehicle. So the officer lights him up, pulls him over. As he's being pulled over, Johnson, or the suspect, throws a brown leather pouch out the window. The officer then tries to apprehend him, right? Because, come on, like, plates that don't match the car, then you throw a bag out of the window, like, the cop's gonna arrest you right away and then try and figure things out. I wouldn't expect anything less than that. So when he goes to try and apprehend him, this guy fights back, dude, and puts up a heck of a fight, even going for the cop's taser and gun. The cop ends up getting control of him, but in that fight, the dude bites the officer's ear off, bites a chunk of it off, pulls a Tyson on him. Yeah, the cop ends up apprehending him. He ends up taking control.
Did he swallow it?
I don't know. It doesn't talk about swallowing an ear on here. That's weird, though. Ugh.
Or did he spit it out so it could be, like,
I
sewed
have
back
no
on?
idea. If I was the cop, I'd probably just leave it off. It's a good story, you know.
Do you know how weird it looks without an ear, though? Like, people get prosthetic
it looks like
ears.
a person without an ear. So, once the cop apprehended him, got control of his situation with a piece of his ear in this man's stomach, the officer went and recovered the leather pouch and found pot, fentanyl, meth, ecstasy, and Xanax. Like,
A homeless guy?
uppers, downers, lefters, righters, everythingers are in this pouch. Literally everything is up in here. So the guy got, multiple charges, intent to distribute, assaulting an officer. Actually, I believe he got attempted murder of a police officer, which is a life sentence. I didn't write that down. I should have. But I'm pretty dang sure he did, and he already had charges out there and a warrant for his arrest. So when he got booked, he got attempted murder. I'm positive it is attempted murder now. Second degree attempted, and they set his bond for $500,000. So wild
Jeez.
story. crazy story. So
It's just so nasty. I can't imagine being the person getting my ear bit off by a homeless man. Like
I know
that
it.
poor officer.
I know it. Gosh.
I'd be so angry.
Yeah, and during the struggle, apparently, what got him the attempted murder was he tried to choke the cop out. So, yeah. But crazy stuff, man. And these are the types of situations that we want to highlight, too. You know, I feel like because of our thumbs, a lot of people look at our content or at face value and think that we're going to be super conspiracy and, like, anti-law enforcement and all those things. And I'm literally the opposite. In this situation, I want to be able to highlight where cops do a good thing. And this is the types of at-risk they have in their job. This is crazy. You think the cop knew this was going to happen, that he was going to lose a piece of his body when pulling somebody over that had wrong plates? Like, what a horrible situation. And I think there's a lot of situations where we need to show more appreciation for our cops. And situations like this is the reason I say, and some of our viewers come sideways at us quite a bit when I say things like, I give our justice system, our police officers, our peace officers, my trust right in the beginning, which is not something I do for random people, but I do give it to them right away. And then if I see red flags, then I start asking questions, and that trust starts, decreasing.
Yeah.
But situations like this, I feel like they deserve us to have faith in them until you see cracks.
Yeah. Yeah.
What an awful situation.
It is. It is a terrible situation.
Just imagine being that cop, just riding along in your car, 5 a.m., who knows if it's the end of a shift, beginning of a shift, gets a flag for a car with a plate that doesn't match, and the next thing you know, he's getting his ear bit off and almost choked out, having a guy grab for his gun, not knowing if he's going to live in the next 30 seconds, and just crazy.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
It's terrifying for sure.
A cop's job is hard, man.
I hope he's doing okay.
Me too. I hope you're doing okay. But let us know what you think.
So, this is a very, very tragic case that I just read about, and this is the body of a 4-year-old girl who's been missing since September, who was discovered in a graveyard.
A 4-year-old girl?
A 4-year-old girl. It's really, really, really sad. So her name's Chloe Darnell. And what happened here is that Chloe and her mom, actually I think they're related, but it's not her mom. She just had guardianship over her from what I was reading.
Okay.
Basically, they took off in a vehicle, okay? This is from the Whitley County Sheriff's Department, posted November 14th on their Facebook account.
Okay.
So, they put out an alert to the public. Like, Brittany Slaughter has been operating this vehicle, a Mitsubishi Lancer that's red in color, has a mismatched bumper. They said the plates, and they believe that Brittany had been driving this car prior to her and Chloe, the 4-year-old's, disappearance. They had somebody call something in, like, hey, where are these people, like a welfare check or something like that. They can't find them. So eventually, on the 16th, they locate the car. It says they seized the vehicle in question, are still investigating and pursuing leads. Then, later that night, on the 16th, they found Brittany Slaughter, but not Chloe.
Jeez.
So, time goes on, okay? And apparently, Brittany had been evading, like, people are asking her, like, where's Chloe? She wouldn't answer. She would just avoid the question.
Is it seriously easier to end somebody than put them up for adoption? Like, what?
Well, I don't know where this child's mother is, but this is another family member taking care of her. Why are you going to take care of her just to do this?
I don't get it. I don't understand it. We see this so many times with children. Like, how is it easier? How is it a better solution in your twisted, messed up head to be like, yeah, I'm going to end this child instead of giving them away, saying you can't handle them because of this, and this. I feel like there's so many other options out there.
Yeah.
Why is that even an option?
Yeah.
I just don't get it.
I don't know either. It shouldn't be an option in your head ever. Ever. So, November 17th. 2 arrests have been made regarding the disappearance of 4-year-old Chloe Darnell. 24-year-old Brittany Slaughter and 34-year-old Adam Hayes, both of Williamsburg, I'm assuming Kentucky, have both been arrested and charged with murder, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with physical evidence.
Abuse of a corpse?
Yes.
Oh.
A body believed to have been Chloe Darnell's was recovered and sent to the state medical examiner's office. And they did an autopsy, and there was a positive identification that it was, in fact, Chloe's body. They are still investigating, and further charges could still be applied.
Okay.
You can still call in tips if you know anything. It says the phone number is 606-549-6017. But this is just, like, disgusting. And I also don't understand the point of the cemetery. Was that them feeling guilt or something? And, like, taking her to a cemetery to rest type of thing? Like, I feel like they had to be on drugs or something. Like, this is just insane.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no clue whatsoever.
That's really, for the most part, that's all the information we have. The other thing I found was
So they ended her in the...
It doesn't say where she was ended.
Okay, so that... I wonder, because a cemetery is a smart place to take a body, around other bodies, or, like, if there's dirt messed up, turned up, it's not that surprising, things like that. But I don't... did they take her there alive? I don't know. That's such a horrible case.
It sounds like Brittany isn't saying what happened, and... Considering it was Brittany and Chloe missing originally, was that man with them the whole time? And, like, what's going on there? You know what I mean? Yeah. Was he with them and, like, they just didn't know that at the time? So what I got further clarification from the sheriff's department. An officer spoke to WYMT. It's an Eastern Kentucky news organization, and he said that Chloe had actually not been seen for a while, and the last time she was seen was in September, and they called in the welfare check because Brittany had been, being elusive and not saying where this little girl was. She would say that she was, like, asleep or something. She'd make excuses. And then that's when they called in the welfare check, and they went and found the car and everything. And then, it sounds like Brittany didn't talk. Like, it's
crazy.
But I don't know. Maybe somebody did talk eventually. But it took them only, like, 3 days or something like that to get this under control and finally find her. But I noticed the officer, he was pretty upset. He was hiding it well, but he's like, this is not how we wanted it to end. We wanted to bring her back home to her family alive. And I just can't understand, why take custody of a child if you're not going to take care of it? Why would you do that?
No idea. I don't understand.
This is why
I don't even know if we could understand it. Honestly.
That's why it's so incredibly important for other family members and people, though, which a family member clearly did call in a welfare check, and that's good. But I feel like it had gone on for too long at that point. I feel like when you see red flags like that, and I know it can be hard, because I know that sometimes the system doesn't step in when I think it should, and at least do some checks. Not necessarily take a child away immediately, but go check things out. See what's going on. I get that can be difficult, but you just gotta say something. Once those organizations get enough reports, eventually their hand is forced to at least go look.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, I don't know. It's just really, really tragic. All the pictures of this little girl, she's so cute. She looks so sweet. She's only 4. But I'm going to pay attention to it and see what more information comes out on it. But let me know what you guys think if you heard of this case. It's not the only one I'll be talking about from Eastern Kentucky tonight.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of things going on in Kentucky for some reason lately.
Absolutely. And that is it for the true crime breaking news.
Not updates.
Not updates. And now we are moving into our cases.
First, I'm going to get into Bicka-Barlow's document. You can access this through the Idaho court portal under Kohberger's case. And this is her notice of filing declaration of Bicka-Barlow in support of defendant's third motion to compel. This is all surrounding the DNA evidence. Bicka-Barlow is extremely qualified. She has worked with many lawyers, training lawyers, consulting on cases. It says that she has acted as a DNA counsel or as a consultant on cases involving DNA for over 200 cases.
Jeez.
Including capital cases in trial and post-conviction proceedings. And it lists all her degrees and everything. And she's extremely qualified.
Yeah.
So, she goes through this, really setting a basis, of her knowledge, everything. She cites that she's looked into tons of, different things. She's even interviewed people to write this.
Jeez.
She received some discovery from the defense. So she knows what's going on within the case.
Heavily included in the case.
Yes.
Yep.
Which is important. She says, I have reviewed the material provided by the defense in this case regarding the DNA testing, as well as numerous news articles in this case and the government's motion for a protective order. So it says, I'm informed and believe via news reports that this case, Mr. Kohberger was initially identified as a possible suspect via IgG.
Yep.
So what we're going to talk about here going forward is some of the things she says in this that are interesting, but also the last thing that she states, that Get a Clue, he's a content creator, go check him out for sure, which is where I found this out from, which is an incredible find on his part.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't suck like stinky Swedish fish.
He definitely does not smell like, stinky Swedish fish.
You're worse than smelly Swedish fish.
But it's a good find. Credit where credit's due for sure. We always shout out somebody when, they're a source for information for us to talk about, and go check them out. What I think is interesting here, because I'm just going to go ahead and jump to the bombshell, okay?
Yeah.
And this is on page... Oh, wait. I'm going into her sources. She lists all her sources in this.
I mean...
It's a lot.
That's kind of what I would expect from an expert, though.
Yeah. So this is the part we're jumping to, and I agree with you. It actually doesn't have a page number, but it's towards the end before she lists her sources.
It'll be up on the screen.
It's the signature page where she signs it.
Okay. Signature page.
So, I'll just read this part. The fact of this match made by the CODA system is considered Brady material. Okay, that part's not important. Given the subjective nature of mixture interpretation, it is reasonable to believe that other experts might disagree with whom actually is the candidate. And this is obviously she stated a lot before this. And in this case, in which the profile at issue is ambiguous and partial, other suspects are an important area of investigation. In this case, in which the profile at issue, meaning Bryan Kohberger's profile, okay, meaning the sheath DNA, is ambiguous and partial.
Yeah.
Other suspects are an important area of investigation.
Yep. Partial.
It's a partial profile.
Yep.
They do not have a full DNA profile from the sheath.
Yep. Which again, if you were on stream, I rarely ever make a commitment to what my opinion is. I can only think of 1 or 2 times that I've ever done that without having concrete evidence, because I try and be objective as possible with the evidence. One of the opinions that I stated was that I do not believe ISP found DNA. I've said that for a long time. And the reason why I believed that is because if they found DNA or a proper DNA sample, there would be no reason, none, to include Othram. Othram is essentially a theoretical based science. And the reason why is because they have never, ever one time been involved in an active investigation.
Oh, that's not even why it's theoretical. You know why it's theoretical?
But, hold on. I'm curious what you have to say. But just finishing my thought here. In a court of law, you need trustworthy, established, identifiable information. It is never a good idea to come to court and be like, hey, this information we have is one of a kind. They've never done it before. There is no other example of it being done used in an active investigation. They're literally setting themselves up for failure there. Not to mention, by sharing Othram's details, they have to admit first that they didn't have the capabilities to find that, which gives ISP a black eye.
Yeah, absolutely. So the reason it's theoretical, which she goes through the issues with IgG in this document, where she talks about database match probability, DMP, official name for it. Now, there's 3 questions she asks that are important that I'll say in a minute. But she also talks about how in some cases, law enforcement and the genealogists that they have employed have engaged in deceptive practices, tricking family members, surreptitiously gathering genetic material from non-suspect family members. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
Or simply uploading an evidentiary profile to a database that does not allow law enforcement searches. It's imperative to the defense in this case to know how Mr. Kohberger was identified and who else in his family tree might have been identified as a subject of investigation. She also talks about how they do the IgG and the fact that it's highly subjective and is based on the use of public records such as marriage and birth certificates. Difficulties with tracing a family tree may arise when there are events that sever a relationship, such as an out-of-wedlock birth, name change, or adoption.
Yeah.
Like
those things alter it heavily.
That's why it's theoretical, though.
I know. I understand.
And we're about to dig into how they match, too. And what I heard from an expert cited as examiner bias. That this expert, and forgive me, I don't remember his name. It was a part of a TED Talk talking about examiner bias. But we will post, a picture of that here, and I'll post the link in Discord, and hopefully we remember to post it in the description of this video. But because we often forget, sorry. But he basically talks about how unfortunately, DNA profilers are a lot of times subject to this examination bias where they're being more subjective than they are objective. And he said being subjective is not scientific at all. Like, that is the opposite of science.
Yeah.
And we should not be doing that. And he offers solutions, and he literally walks the audience through and says he's going to make you a DNA expert in his little TED Talk. And he goes through lots of things, and it's super
Professor
interesting.
Dan.
Is it?
I
need to see a picture of him to know.
Oh.
Yes, that's him.
Professor Dan.
Yep.
Graduated with a bachelor, double major, biology, chem, John Carroll University, PhD, biochem. Yep.
Yeah, he's highly trained as well. And I loved it. It was incredible. I suggest everybody watch it if you want to know what's going on in the DNA industry.
Yeah, I'll try and remember to attach it. And weird. He actually went to PSU, Pennsylvania State University.
Interesting. But I'll get into what he talked about that here in a minute. But she basically goes through this showing how there's a lot of ways that this can go the wrong way. Like, in that IgG, a lot of time, IgG is not meant to point to one person. It is meant to point towards a family tree or a group of people. So, the 3 questions she asks. Who else was included in the pool of putative relatives in the first instance in the IgG database? Second, once the IgG search was complete, who in the pool of identified putative suspects were ruled out by further investigation? For the defense team, how many others were investigated and what caused law enforcement to focus on Kohberger is key to possible investigation and third-party suspects. Third, in many ways, most importantly, how does the search of a large database impact the statistical analysis of the comparison by the state lab using standard STR methods? As with cold hit cases, it is now well recognized that the statistical analysis of a comparison of standard STR profiles is impacted by a phenomenon called ascertainment bias.
Yeah.
So that's what this guy is talking about in this video, essentially. I know she also talks about in this how STR cannot be compared to S&P. Pretty extensively. That they cannot be compared.
Yeah.
Remember how you were saying that an S&P can be pulled from an STR?
That's what we found.
I have not been able to confirm that officially. Okay. I have not. And in everything that she's saying in this, I don't think that's the case. Okay. Because if you can't compare them, then how could you pull one from the other? Because
they're different things on a DNA gene. So one of them the
alleles?
Yeah, one of them is almost like little fractions or fractures off the DNA profile or DNA chain. So this process over here gathers a whole bunch of those to build a profile, while the STR uses the DNA chain to build a profile. So technically, you can use one to get the other as long as you have a full profile.
Oh.
I believe that's what it read when we were on stream, but don't quote me on that. Yeah. I don't.
I think we need to dig more. Yeah, we definitely need to dig more into that subject. Yeah. Later on. But knowing this, knowing that it's a partial DNA profile, it is not a full profile. And when they say partial, they mean specifically the part they're looking at. So what this guy says, Dan, the DNA expert, he shows us these
Dan Crane
electropherograms, okay? And that's these diagrams you're seeing here. I took some screenshots of them too. But he shows samples that are from a case that he worked on.
Okay.
And he shows the first one, and he's like, look at the two profiles, tell me if they're the same, and everybody's like, oh yeah, they look the same. Mm-hmm. And then he shows another, and this is suspect 1 that he calls Bonnie. And he shows, like...
They don't look the same.
No, those... Yeah. Well, see, also the thing here is that these humps... I mean, yes, this one is excluded here. This one's not the same.
Yeah.
But he was just showing, like, how... It's actually super simple once you have that diagram there for you. So when you're looking at these diagrams, how big that hump is how much DNA there is for that specific allele. Okay. Each of these are an allele. He says that the green number underneath it is the allele's name given to it by the software.
Okay.
So the number is just the name. It has no like relevance to how much DNA there is or
identification.
Yeah, it's just the name for that allele.
Okay.
Now, the hump is, like I said, how much DNA for that allele, how much evidence you have. And then he gets into this one, which I think is really interesting, where we're talking about these. And he shows it, and he starts talking about how when he shows this to prosecutors, okay, and law enforcement, and he shows them this, and he's like, okay, look, now you'll see where it says 1717 under D3. He says that essentially means that they have a contributor, this Bonnie person has a contributor from their mother and their father.
Okay.
So that is like what she has to contribute to this DNA sample. And then he has you look at number 12. And he says, okay, so here's what the language he uses is. Is it signal or is it noise? Signal being it's relevant.
Yep.
Noise being it's just something's wrong, like it could be anything, it doesn't mean anything.
Sure.
Well, he says that when he says, okay, well, she doesn't have a 12 on her profile. So, like, we can exclude it, or, it can be excluded, right? They're like, no. What are you talking about? Like, he said he sees them start squirming, and he's like, and they're like, well, it's trace DNA. That's not noise, that's signal. There's something there. Even though it's such a small amount. And it's bumpy, and it's misshapen, and it's not perfect the way these are perfect. You see?
Yep.
Which is what they read when they're looking at these. Now, while he would have said, this is what he said basically, this is what's happening, is, oh, the blob is important too, I forgot. Do you see this one?
Yep.
He said that's like an anomaly. He calls it an artifact, and it's known as the blob.
Okay.
And it could be dust in the machine. Like, it could literally be anything. And investigators will look at that and say, well, there could be something behind the blob.
That's why. So exactly what you're talking about here is why when we're reading on DNA, they always say that you use the scientific method of 3 tests and then 2 controllables.
Yeah.
Like 5 minimum total for 3 that you can compare against each other, and then 2 controls.
Yeah. So basically, investigators will be looking at this and they'll be saying, they'll be seeing this anomaly here, okay, this big blob. Or like the number 12, where it's tiny. There's not much there. It's misshapen. It's not perfect the way the other ones are. And they'll say, this is a degraded sample. That's not nothing. That is something. And then they will consider that their suspect.
What?
Yes. So that's what he means by it's so subjective.
Got it. Yeah.
It's so subjective.
Where one expert would look at that blob and say, oh, this can't be trusted on right here.
At all. It's nothing.
Unless we had verifiable proof that it is repeatable and it always shows up in this sample. Or you'll on the flip side, you'll have somebody else look at it and say, oh, that does matter. That is something tied to them.
Right.
Got it.
Right. So where he's saying...
That's messed up.
Basically, this result here should come back inconclusive. We can't get anything from it. is what it should come back as. Whereas an investigator, if they had it their way, which they often do, are like, oh yeah, this is our guy. This is our guy. They got some explaining to do. And he's saying that he offers a solution, and that is blind testing, where they don't have knowledge of the suspect's profile.
That's good. Always do like 3 tests or something.
That's not what he said. Blind. They have no knowledge of the suspect's profile. Yeah. I don't understand. I'm not a DNA expert, so I don't completely understand how that even works. But
blind testing could be done by using multiple profiles. Essentially,
they don't know which one?
Yes, they would have to pick the one out of a DNA lineup, so they don't know which is which, and it can't be biased.
Okay, that's a good... Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. He said, but... prosecutors and investigators do not like the idea of blind testing because they feel like that's not giving them the quickest, most accurate information when actually it would give you the most accurate information.
Maybe not the quickest, but the most fair.
Yep. So he said it's essentially like they're asking for the DNA profilers to give them the answer key before the test. It's like cheating, kind of.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I thought it was super interesting, and like I said, I'm not an expert, but if you go listen to this, it really opens your mind to how subjective this science can be, that it is not an exact science, and I feel like I had the very same impression from BickaBarlow's declaration.
Yeah.
I got very much the same impression exactly, that this is, all of this science can be used very subjectively and very biasly, and we have to be careful, which is why it is incredibly important for a defense team to be able to know how they got to their suspect, to be able to check the science.
Yeah.
To have their own experts investigate.
Yeah.
And she cites multiple cases in here.
When you provide them with the sample, they have all your DNA.
BickaBarlow is a San Francisco-based defense attorney who specializes in DNA cases. She says people should be cautious of at-home genealogy testing services. Companies like 23andMe and Ancestry.com have become very popular, selling millions of DNA testing kits.
I don't think it's safe.
A partial DNA match with an unidentified relative of Joseph DeAngelo on a genealogy website led to his arrest.
DNA evidence is not foolproof.
Barlow argues that new technology is actually increasing the chances of misidentifying people with DNA.
When you did DNA testing back in the good old days, you would get a single profile of one individual, and that makes it quite easy to do a comparison. But nowadays, the tests are so sensitive that the crime labs come up with mixtures, meaning multiple people in a sample, somewhere around 70 to 80% of the time.
Barlow says you need to consider your whole family before using DNA testing kits.
That were issues with DNA, where they were convicted using DNA, and then come to find out they were not the guy.
And these little markers too, and as you guys are watching, I know our audio listeners won't see it, but I'll be putting up pictures of examples, like the one that I'm looking at right now has evidence sample on one side and suspect number 1's reference on the other. And to give our audio listeners an example, essentially imagine 3 separate camelbacks, and that's what it looks like. There are this double hump, and then a line, and then a double hump, and then a line, and then a double hump. And then that is the suspect's reference compared to the evidence sample. It is a double hump, and then that middle one is a big line up with a little hump. So it's like if you're thinking of a camelback, one of the humps would be really big, and then one of them would be really small, essentially a double hump, but not perfect, and then the next one is a perfect double hump. And with the confirmation bias in this, somebody could look at that and say, well, that has 2 humps. That is 70% a match, so there's 70% likely that could be the same person, even though there is some identifiable differences. One person might look at this and say, no, that is not a good enough match. That's not close enough. We have a flawed test here, and we have to do it again in order for it to matter or hold any weight. Where another person would look at this and say, hey, 70%'s good enough for me to convict. I'm stamping this.
Yeah, and this is the one he said is pretty clear cut, not the person that you're looking at.
Yeah. Don't mix it up for the audio listeners.
Okay. I really would truly suggest anybody go look up, what's his name again?
Dan Crane.
His TED Talk, and watch it for yourself after you're done listening to this, and go see what he has to say, because it's really interesting when we're looking at these cases that are, touting DNA as the end-all be-all. Like, This is the evidence. Like, it is clear-cut. It's black and white. That is your DNA. When it's not that clear-cut at all.
All of it's percentage-based. That should tell everybody everything. And, we had somebody on our chat that I think misunderstood, like, how we were looking at stuff. And maybe it was their first time on here and watching us. But they came to the chat with that same flawed idea of what DNA was. And they're like, no, when there's matching DNA, it is always right. There are never situations when it's wrong, and that's not true. And we've talked about multiple situations on the podcast where we've proven that's not true because you have multiple factors in here. One that doesn't have any science to do with it at all is the human element. I personally have covered 2 cases where you had DNA experts come forward and say that, yes, this is a more than a 90% certainty of a match. This is our guy. But that DNA expert was trying to help the police, so that's either bias, their confirmation bias, or they straight up lied, okay? That's one way that it could be flawed. The other way could be they had a flawed test result. They didn't do the 3 tests with 2 quality control, and it gave just enough percentage for a jury to feel confident in convicting them. Both of those things can happen and have happened, and DNA is not black and white ever, never, ever. It is not ever. It's either the person or it's not. That's not how any DNA tests are done. None of them. They're all percentage of likelihood of being a match.
Yeah. Yeah, they are, because this is all ran through software too. I think that needs to be remembered is you have issues of when they shake the DNA in the solution, if not enough of it sticks, like there's too little of it, they can't copy it enough. Like not all of it will stick. Like there's all these little processes throughout the process of extracting DNA where things can get muddled, not to mention, like he was talking about in this TED Talk, how a lot of DNA in crime scenes is not these perfect humps. Sometimes they're all misshapen. There is no like clear reading on some of it. There just isn't. And a misshapen
hump is a flaw in the testing, correct?
It's a flaw in the testing, or there's just not enough of that DNA.
Okay, got it.
Yes, like that blob, that is a total flaw in the system. Whatever in the reading of that DNA.
Somewhere in the system.
Somewhere in the process, something happened. Like you said, it could be dust in the machine.
So there is absolutely no way to repeat that. If they did a whole new test again, there's no way someone could have that blob hump?
No.
Okay, got it.
I don't think so, unless there's a repeated failure at some point. I don't know.
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Got it.
But that blob is supposed to mean nothing.
Got it. Okay.
They literally call it a blob, like, because he said it's
yeah, I gotcha.
Oh gosh, what is the word
I think we
used?
Clarified it good enough there.
Yeah,
It just wasn't at first because that blob, I thought that it was like an alteration in somebody's genetics maybe to where it that could show on somebody's, but no,
I said
got it.
It's a blob and it means nothing. It's noise. Yet investigators will say, "Well, something could be behind that blob."
Got it.
You know what I mean?
Got it.
Then they'll consider it their suspect or something.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, there's just, like I said, and I totally agree with him. When you're being subjective in that way, it's not science anymore.
No.
It really isn't. So, I mean, I don't know if there's ways, that they can reprocess DNA and like this. Like with Kohberger specifically, it was such a small amount. It was it was trace low copy number DNA. In that case, which Bicka states it perfectly well, that it was partial and ambiguous.
Do you understand how small it was? Like, have you heard any experts talk about it?
I mean, I think I've heard a few times, but I heard contradicting things.
When you touch something, you guys, if you touch anything, every single time you touch something, you leave behind trace DNA. Every single time. On average, when you touch just your fingertip to something, you are leaving behind hundreds at bare minimum. Some people shed more skin cells than others. You're leaving behind at bare minimum hundreds of skin cells or trace DNA samples, like the cells that they need, to thousands. Either at the bare minimum, it's hundreds just for touching your fingertip on something. And Kohberger's was less than 20
cells.
Yeah. I don't think people understand how small that sample was. Next to nothing.
Yeah,
that sample they got at Kohberger's could be pulled out of the air.
Yeah, which they can do now, by the way.
Yeah. It could literally be pulled out of the air. And we're being told that we need to trust this?
Dude, the octillion number at this point, it's a straight up lie. Them saying that they ran the profile through CODIS, that's a straight up lie. You cannot run a partial profile through CODIS. Like Bill Thompson was saying, the 3 other males' DNA that they were like partials or they couldn't be ran through CODIS, Kohberger's couldn't be run through CODIS. So what are you even talking about here?
Yeah, that's a good example.
It says in the PCA, they ran it through CODIS without a match, and so they sent it to a private lab. Dude.
That's not what happened.
It can't be, because there's no way for them to run a partial through CODIS. It's literally impossible. It will reject it.
Yep.
So what is truly going on here? Because unless you want to assert that Bicka is lying, but I don't think so, man. I really don't think so.
Dude, this is an expert testimony coming forward. An expert has no buy-in to lie for Kohberger in the same way that we have people come on our channel and troll. Like, think about it for a second, you guys. Why do I care if Bryan Kohberger is innocent or guilty? I don't. It's not about him as a person. I do care about all people. I'm not saying I don't care at all what happens to him. What I'm saying is I feel like we're following where the problem started in this process. Kohberger's the end result. So if we fix the process, then the end result is fixed, right? So it's not about Kohberger as a person. It is about the process of finding out if Kohberger is the person or not.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible they got to him illegally? There is some kind of investigation device equipment out there, and they know without a shadow of a doubt Kohberger did this, but they can't come forward and admit how they know that.
That's kind of going into my next topic, parallel construction.
I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder how they're so confident, but the one thing that throws me for a loop is the fact that the FBI doesn't want to claim connection to the investigation.
It's a little bit more concerning to me now, knowing all of this, and that the FBI is who did this.
Leave me out.
DNA. Yeah, leave me out, because I gave you guys what you asked me for.
Yep. I know.
I hemmed him up for you, so I want left out of it. You cannot mention me.
Yep. And, well, the FBI isn't even the one that gathered the evidence. at all.
I don't think that matters.
Absolutely it matters. Are you serious? The person that's gathering the evidence is what matters. Nothing else does.
I don't agree when we're talking, dude, that could be somebody else's DNA completely. And the FBI could have said, okay, here's one allele that matches. Yeah, that's your guy.
Or the FBI did not say that, and they submitted their findings to Moscow, and Moscow made that decision.
Maybe.
I understand everyone wants to hate the FBI. I get it. The FBI has done horrible things. Joe Rogan even talks about them all the time, with setting up that young kid and literally coercing and forcing him into becoming willing to like bomb something, and they gave him a fake bomb and then literally charged him and convicted him for the rest of his life. Like, yes, the FBI does awful, awful, awful things in the same way human beings do awful, awful, awful things. But our hate for the FBI, and I'm not saying I hate the FBI, but I mean in general, can't bias your opinion on this case. I know there's evidence for fraudulent police officers in ISP in Moscow. I do not have any concrete evidence that there are fraudulent officers in this case in the FBI.
That's a great point, but we don't have names of FBI agents that were on this case, and we do have evidence of fraud within the FBI. So can I hang my hat on that and say the FBI, did a frame up on Kohberger? No. I can't hang my hat on that. But I can speculate and wonder if that's a possibility.
But why are we blaming the FBI when we have known dirty cops in Moscow and ISP?
And there are known dirty FBI agents too.
Dude.
We just don't know if they were involved in this case. You say you're not
hanging your hat on that, but then you're finding reasons to blame the FBI.
So why are you more likely to believe corruption in Moscow than the FBI?
Because I have evidence.
Okay.
Actual, factual, hard evidence. There is none that you have within the FBI. Just that the FBI has done bad things before.
I'm wondering about the possibility. I said I can't hang my hat on it, though, and say that.
I just think it's a very flawed way of looking at things. That's that conspiracy theory thinking that because I have an idea and I have past evidence, therefore I should create the assertion and connection that there's a probability that there is that going on now. And that is not scientific thinking. That's very flawed. When we do have real, actual, factual, concrete, hard evidence that two of the main people that were involved in this investigation are dirty cops.
Yeah, I understand that.
But like all our attention's on the FBI. That's a flawed view.
My attention is not on the FBI. I very much still think that if there's some kind of corruption, it's most likely those officers are involved. But I'm just saying I can't completely...
Feels like a red herring.
I can't 100% completely rule out that the FBI didn't do anything dirty in this case.
Yeah, but you can't rule out that they did do something.
No, I can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you have to present it as unbiased.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to. I just think I'm stating my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, it is biased in nature. It's an opinion, but I am trying to present it that there's no way to know. Yeah. There's no way to know, but
one thing that would get a clue is he is highly biased against the FBI. In my opinion, and look, this is not shots fired. I like Get a Clue, but you have a flawed view of the FBI. Just because the FBI's done something in the past does not mean they're doing something now. That is the opposite of science. That is literally confirming confirmation bias in a different fashion while talking about confirmation bias.
Okay, I think you need to clarify a little bit, though, because then people are going to say, well, then you could say the same about Tolson.
No, you can't.
But
because that's concrete evidence. There is documented facts that Tolson was involved in manipulating and changing, altering evidence to frame somebody. It's not opinion.
Okay, but the FBI, there is actual factual evidence
No,
that they
they're not
have
tied
done
to
that.
somebody in this case. There's not.
Right.
Right.
I'm just asking you to clarify.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you keep jumping to this connection of what I just called out as wrong. Where, well, because in the FBI, somebody has done that before, that is evidence that they could be doing it here, and that's not.
I'm not jumping
It's
to
the
anything.
opposite.
I'm telling you to clarify for people who are watching, because
Okay.
that question, I think, would come up.
Okay. It could. I don't know. I just... That's a flawed way of thinking. Because we can say that about anybody. Everybody watching, even myself. Therefore, because I did criminal things in the past, I must be a criminal now. When you make that connection of the FBI, that's what people are saying.
Yeah, okay. That didn't help clarify, but okay.
What are you talking about?
I thought because the FBI is a group of people, meaning there are many good and bad people within it, and you don't have an actual singular or a couple officers that are involved in this case that you know for sure have done criminal activities and framed people before, that is not a good lead or path to go down.
No. So the evidence we're being given when talking on this topic is the FBI is corrupt because I can show you corruption in the past. Therefore, they are corrupt now.
So what about Tolson? He was corrupt in the past. Can he be honest now?
It's an active case. Happened less than 12 months ago.
Okay.
Get a Clue used MLK. That's a flawed argument.
Okay.
Those people that were involved in MLK aren't alive.
No, they're not.
It's a flawed argument.
Yeah, they're not alive.
So I despise all fraudulent people, but I refuse to say because you're a part of a system that had fraudulent, dirty cops in it before means you are probably a flawed, dirty cop now.
Yeah, he used more current evidence too in a different situation, but
Yeah, but
he did.
It still was a decade ago.
I don't know when that happened exactly.
He used multiple. He also used the time when Hoover was there. He also used during the time when what's-his-face was president. I just want to be clear because
there was a more current one with DNA.
Unbiased
experts.
is very, 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 very important. And we are biased if we're claiming these connections without having any evidence. There is a real connection of a dirty cop. Mm-hmm. And that dirty cop is part of the institution that I think is involved in dirtying this case. And it is not the FBI. I do not think the FBI is the problem here. Me personally.
Yeah. I don't.
And that's only because I don't have evidence. If someone showed me, like, if someone came to me and was like, Brendan, look at this FBI agent, this scientist in the FBI, look at their DNA success rate and how many times the Innocence Project has highlighted their people that they've sent to jail, and over 50% of them have been proven not guilty, that they lied about what they said. Dude, I would be singing the same song as I am right now about Tolson. But I don't have that.
Yeah, and I understand that. I just think that you're very black and white, and I am not that way at all. I think that if there's an issue here in dirtying anything, it is also the officer we have confirmation of being dirty and for literally
The
framing
two
a man.
officers,
Yes.
yeah, that have a connection to Payne, the leading investigator.
Right.
Yeah.
So that is a proven connection in my mind too, where I see problems and I see that would be the most likely route we would go if there is dirtying of evidence, which I think there is. But I personally can't say the FBI didn't have any hand in that whatsoever at all. And my main reason for that is
as
the fact that the prosecutor
opposite.
can make a phone call and have them show up at a defense witness's home.
Yeah, but one's illegal and one is not.
That could be considered illegal under certain circumstances.
Right, it could be. It could be. It's not illegal. It could be, depending on the words that came out and verifying via proof.
Yeah, but she's not allowed to speak on it.
Yep. You gotta be clear that assuming that they broke the law there is just as biased as the original argument.
I am not assuming, and I've even thought about, well, maybe it wasn't witness intimidation. Maybe they were investigating corruption within Moscow.
I don't think it was witness intimidation. I think that I think human emotions are unreliable, and three men showing up at a woman's house, okay, with all the issues we have in society, and they are of the opposing faction that you just went and gave an expert testimony to. If anybody out there is watching this and thinks that your anxiety is not going to be way elevated before a single word is said, you're wrong.
Yeah, because that's improper for them to do that. They should have called her into the office.
I agree. It was a mistake anyway around it, but a mistake is very different than illegal.
Sure.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Because they could have approached that situation not being empathetic enough to her situation. And that was the flaw.
Yeah, I don't want to... We're way off topic at this point. But yeah, I can understand where you're coming from, and I think that it makes logical sense. I just can't be that black or white personally. But like I said, I can't hang my hat on the FBI thing. I just can't. I haven't seen anything that makes me feel like there were corrupt FBI agents there other than that one situation. Maybe the Cowboys, but that was probably marshals, not FBI, if it was anything.
Not FBI.
So
FBI have some of the most rigorous grooming standards out there.
Yeah, I definitely don't think they were FBI at all.
The only thing that I see with the FBI is when they picked up what everyone thought was Maddie. Wait, was it Maddie's jacket or Kaylee's?
Maddie was wearing it that night at the grub truck.
So when that jacket was picked up, and they are FBI agents, you're not going to be wearing one of the FBI jackets unless you're an FBI agent on scene there. And when they picked it up and looked through it without the gloves on while they were just chopping it up and everything and threw it back on the ground, I was like, ooh, did that just happen? That is concerning, but I could tell it wasn't fraudulent. I could tell that it was just them not being thorough because they were talking. They were heavily engaged in conversation. I could tell by their body language before they even approached the jacket.
Dude, it's so careless and reckless.
They were already talking. Yeah, but again, you have to be unbiased about saying what something is.
Yeah, and it's careless and reckless.
Careless is different than
corrupt.
I agree. Yeah. So, yes, they were heavily invested in their conversation and then walked over to the jacket, not interrupting their conversation at all. Never skipped a beat. They continued at the same pace they were in, just picked up the jacket, meaning they were not paying attention. They were not paying attention. They were going through motions. And threw the jacket back down when they should have taken the time to draw a connection.
Don't you think it's also a little odd that they seem to have had Kohberger in their sights before the end of November, but yet let him leave?
That.
What?
We don't know that for
Yes,
sure.
we do. Bill Thompson said he'd feel safe having students on campus knowing what he knows.
You're killing me with your evidence right now. That is not concrete evidence.
What else could that mean?
They
have a suspect and they have sights on him.
A lack of knowledge doesn't make it so. So, we got to be honest about these things. There is only one type of concrete evidence. That is irrefutable proof.
Yeah.
That's not that.
No, but I see no other possibility in my mind, but okay. It's not concrete proof.
Yeah.
But it seems that way.
I don't think so. I think that he is a lawyer and he is an attorney, and I don't think they had any clue about Bryan Kohberger at that point. I think that he was trying to put on a show and presentation of being strong and having total and full control of everything, with the intention of the suspect watching that video and getting nervous and making mistakes.
Or
very common tactic in law enforcement. They'll come out and be like, we aren't able to tell you anything, but we can tell you that we have it under control, and we're closing in, even though they don't know nothing. They have no idea.
That's literally terrible, because she asked him about student safety.
I understand
That's
that.
gross.
I get it, but we aren't in a race for who's the most human and empathetic to the people around them. He has one job, and that is to convict. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it wrong.
That is not true. That is not what a prosecutor's job is supposed to be. That may be what they do, but that is not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be justice, working for the people, and getting to the truth.
Yeah.
So if they have exculpatory evidence, they should be able to drop a case. They can.
Textbook definition versus social definition.
Yeah, but I think it's wrong what they do.
I get it. It doesn't make it less true because it's wrong. Because it is true that these prosecutors care about their close rate. They care about their success rate. And a lot of times it creates a lot of innocent people getting put away. So, going back to my original statement, that is evidence that police do this all the time. So it could be as likely that he knew about Kohberger as him just putting on a front.
It could be, and it could also be because they want students at the university.
And the reason why I don't think it's Kohberger is because I don't think they had DNA evidence. They had no idea who the guy was until Othram.
Oh, from what I heard, it would have came back in 2 weeks, and that's right around the time. Because, Gabrielle Vargas, she said that she's had a DNA match in that IgG database, literally uploaded it or whatever, came back, oh, yep, that's it. That's the match. That's that person's father. And then she's had him take months.
Yeah, but they had to build the sample.
Othram, I know.
They did not have the sample.
Yeah.
They got the sample that allowed ISP to run it through CODIS. Guaranteed. That's theory. That is my theory.
I mean, they didn't run anything through CODIS. And if they tried, it got rejected and it was a failed attempt.
ISP ran through CODIS.
That's what they claim. I assert that is a lie.
No, it's not a lie.
Dude,
it's not.
It's a partial profile.
No, it can be proven. You're not hearing me. So you're mistaking what I'm saying. They didn't have enough DNA before they sent it to Othram. Othram gathered enough DNA, sent the profile to ISP. ISP then ran it again in CODIS.
Oh, okay.
They can't lie and say they didn't run it through CODIS. So somehow they ran it through CODIS, and they don't want Othram included in that. Do you understand?
Okay.
The manipulation in words in the PCA is so they don't have to come forward and say, hey, we couldn't find anything, which again makes Blum's statement true. We couldn't find anything. We sent it to a lab who could find something, then sent it to us, and we ran it through CODIS. You know how bad that looks?
It looks pretty bad.
Horrible. It looks disgusting. And it could be an exact reason why they didn't want that DNA in the case.
But... So then where does the FBI even come into that then?
Because when Othram built the tree, before submitting their finalized work product, the FBI came in and took the sheath and took the tree.
Well, we don't know if they took the sheath.
100% they did. They got a full profile from somewhere.
Well, you just said the full profile came from Othram, you think?
Yeah, the FBI went to Othram.
Yeah.
How else do you think they could build a profile when ISP has a partial?
Yeah, but you said Othram built a profile and sent it back to ISP, and then they ran it through CODIS.
Correct. That doesn't have anything to do with a sheath. They got that profile somehow. How do you think they got that?
Who?
Othram.
With the sheath.
Exactly.
So I asked why you think
Exactly.
the FBI took the sheath. Like, we have no way of knowing if they took the sheath.
Okay, they could have sent... the sheath isn't the important part. The tree is.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they took the sheath.
I don't even know
the profile's already built.
To be honest, it honestly really depends if Kohberger's father was even in that database or not. Because if he was in the database, then it could have been that fast where they got IgG information quickly.
The tree was the last step.
Okay, but do we even know that there's an actual tree is what I'm asking? Or is it just, okay, we found a match, it's Kohberger's father?
So, yes, there is always a tree in the familial DNA building. Always. Why else would they send it to Othram? Othram's not the only one with that vacuum. But they are the only one that has those two types of technology with the familial DNA and that pattern repetition, whatever, rebuilding thing. So, again, theory. This is my theory. ISP didn't find anything. What Blum was saying was true. So they sent the sheath to Othram. Othram used the vacuum and took apart the entire sheath, pulled the button out, pulled the stitching out, used their little vacuum, which is kind of a big device on it, found enough DNA for them to do their DNA repetition rebuilding. They started processing that through familial DNA. They sent that built profile, because they do STR and SMP, back to ISP. ISP then runs it through CODIS. That alerts the FBI what's going on. FBI comes to Othram once finding out Othram's involved through the CODIS run and pulls all their work product. That's what I think happened. And I said this before we even knew about this. Before this started being talked about weeks ago.
Then why is there zero, according to Bill Thompson, zero documentation of any of it?
Because you think the prosecution want to admit this? Heck no.
So you think he's lying?
I think that he is allowed to... We have to stop assuming all these people are a single unit. That is what makes people not be objective. I'm talking in general. It is a problem within everybody, including myself. This makes people put on a tin hat and think there's some giant conspiracy. Bill Thompson can be a stand-up guy and be involved in this horrible, terrible situation. He can be honest. He can have a major flaw by being a prosecutor like every other prosecutor in the U.S. and care about his close rate, which makes me wish he was different, but that doesn't make him a bad guy. He can have that plausible deniability by not knowing these details. So all he has to be told is there is nothing I can give you, Bill. And then Bill is now honest in court.
Yeah.
So I don't know. And I don't think that matters. I think the evidence will continue to come out that what I'm assuming is true, though. I truly believe it. And for you guys watching, go back and watch our streams, our DNA streams from weeks ago, before any of this information is out. And I was saying the same thing because it never made sense to me why Othram's included. Never made sense to me. And then I found Blum's statement, and I found a couple other things and details around Othram being included, and it has to be the only option. It has to be. And you know how many people were saying for months now that ISP found it, ISP found it, ISP found it. Sure doesn't seem like it.
Give yourself a good old pat on the back, I guess.
It's not about that. It's about an honest justice system.
I know. It's super
Because
annoying.
if they came out and said this honestly and were confident, and yeah, of course we sent it to Othram. Let me show you Othram's success rate in cold cases and tell you why. Yes, it's theoretical, but their success in cold cases is so high that we felt comfortable doing it in this way, you know? That would have been the right decision. Not trying to hide it.
Yeah, which is where parallel construction comes into play, which is going to be my next topic after Brendan's topic that he's going to talk about. So that's I think it's possible that's what's going on here. Is all of it's built off of something they don't want to tell us. They don't want us to know how they got to Kohberger.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even think Kohberger's dad has to be in that system. They verified that when they got his DNA.
Yeah, he doesn't technically have to be in the system.
Yeah.
But if he was, it would be way faster. Like it would be super fast. They wouldn't have to they might build a tree for good measure, but they didn't really need to. But they should. They should.
Yeah.
Verify again.
Yeah, I agree.
Which I think is the issue with this. Like I was saying, it gets to a point where it's not scientific anymore. You're going off things that aren't necessarily fact or the way they appear, like we were talking about with, divorces, adoptions, like all kinds of things can come into play with the genealogy. And just to know that we've been giving that, what's the number? Octillion number?
I don't know. It's
insane.
octillion.
It's just insane.
Yep. There's not that many people that have ever been alive in the entire time human beings have been around. That's how high of a number it is.
Just with her saying that it's ambiguous.
Or half of that even. Or even a quarter. I don't even think 10% of people have been alive.
Her saying it's ambiguous and partial either means, A, that they didn't run it through CODIS and that's a lie. B, that the defense does not have all the discovery, so they don't know how they got the full partial and ran it through CODIS officially. Yeah. Because there's a reason she's saying that, and that either means she's missing something. Something's not there to show how the full profile was given, because she goes all through here how a partial cannot be ran through CODIS. She states that within here.
Yep.
And says that it's ambiguous and
well,
partial.
We don't even need her for that. That can be that's shown at literally everywhere.
What is?
That you have to meet that 8-point standard or whatever it is for CODIS.
Yeah. So all I'm saying is maybe that's why we're seeing these supplemental requests for discovery, because they're wanting to figure that out. Like, how did they get to a full profile? Because what we're showing here is ISP found a partial. You can't run that through CODIS. You can't do this. You can't do that with this. You can't identify Kohberger.
Yeah.
And they're missing that whole extra piece that is how they got to him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how they ran it through CODIS. If they truly did.
Yeah.
Which you're saying that they can't just lie about that. So
no. It's tracked always.
It is tracked. You're right. I didn't think about that at first.
Lying.
But yeah, let us know what you think. I just want to know what you think. Yeah. I mean, it's interesting information.
It is interesting.
Really makes you wonder what the heck is going on here.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so my specific Idaho case, and remember, you guys, we probably should have said this the first time we talked about it. For anybody new that's listening, we are covering the Idaho4 at least once a week, digging into the details and the case and everything, because it's one of the hottest cases out. So what the Idaho4 is a criminology student that was going for his doctorate. Brian Kohberger is charged with ending 4 people that were ended way too soon. And we're going through all this evidence piece by piece and kind of digging in from there. And we just went through the DNA details that get a clue found. And I thought they were super good and opened up a good conversation around the DNA that we don't know yet. All of that is just theory stuff. But it minus that, the partial profile.
Yeah, so. Nothing was theory in the documentation.
Yeah.
But what we were talking on, all the rest was.
Yep. Okay, so one of the things that we talked about a few weeks ago, and if you guys are brand new, welcome, super glad you're here. Make sure you check out all of our Idaho 4 videos, is we brought up the car, okay? And I think I might have been the one that was leading that case conversation too, was the evidence around the car. So we thought we would shake it up a bit and come at the car from a different angle, right? And there are a lot of people out there that are talking about, you know, they don't have the car's computer data back. They don't have this back from the car. They don't have that back from the car. And there's this major, massive, huge, giant misconception around Bryan Kohberger's car. And like I said, Bryan Kohberger is the suspect charged right now. So he drives a 2015 Hyundai Elantra. How many people are you hearing say that there's GPS in that car?
A lot.
A lot. Like, a lot of people are saying that. I have no idea where they're getting their information from. None. When I go on Google and I Google it, there are tons and tons and tons and tons of websites and pages that come up and say that there's been GPS in Hyundai Elantra since 2010. Why that's on there, I have no idea. So immediately my thought is like, okay, well, let's check the source of the source. So I start looking through the websites and I see random websites that I've never heard of in my life before, and cars would be all similar websites, either a manufacturer or a dealership or whatever. So I started looking specifically for Hyundai websites, right, to verify what is in the Hyundai Elantra model. And I was able to find a lot. I got information from Hyundai specifically. I got information from one of the largest Hyundai dealers in the U.S. I got information pulled from a lawyer's website that deals specifically in cars. I got .gov website. We found collision website data, everything. So we'll start there. There's a couple things that we're going to talk through on this. So does the 2015 Hyundai Elantra have GPS? The answer is a definitive no. No maybes.
You mean his specific model or version of it?
No. All 2015 Hyundai Elantras do not have GPS. Definitive.
That's not
100%.
That's not true because you can get the added package.
That is not true. The added package is an aftermarket third-party package that can only be added to certain models. Definitively. I looked into this for hours and hours and hours. There is this one website out there that says, oh yeah, with the 2015 Hyundai Elantra, you can get it added with the premium package of reaching out to this third-party vendor and having it installed. That is not a stock item. That does not come from Hyundai. It is not stock. It is 100% aftermarket, and you can add aftermarket things in any vehicles. Anything. To a 1980 Toyota Corolla.
Right, yeah.
It does not come with it. It does not. No maybes, no premium.
You can't go to a dealer and buy one with a GPS in it. You have to take it somewhere to get that put in, always.
I mean, maybe a dealership would do it, but it's not Hyundai approved. It's not part of any package, which is what is in question here. Does it come stock? Definitive no. Very definitive no. It does not come stock in any way, shape, or form. Not even arguable or debatable. And I verified it on multiple sources. I went directly to Hyundai. I went directly to the NHSA.gov site that tracks and records every single vehicle that has a GPS chip in it, global positioning chip in it.
Okay, so when you say it definitively does not have a GPS in it, that includes any type of GPS chip, period. Like
Period.
even the ones that are within the computer system of the car itself that records the telemetry data.
And those don't have GPS
They do
on
not.
these.
There is not a single GPS chip in a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, period.
That's correct.
At all.
Yep.
Unless you have it added later.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. So I don't know where people are getting this information from. I have no idea.
People, I don't know. People pull it out of some. They say they go talk to experts, but the thing is that doesn't mean this person is like going and researching in this way and then bringing the information to you. They might be just talking off the top of your head, like, well, yeah, it's this year and it's like this type of car, like a smart car or something. I don't know. And
Dude.
I don't know. They just might be thinking, well,
They're
any
tripping.
car after this year that is within these brands typically has a GPS chip in it.
So
And that's just off the top of their head. You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah. So I went looking then, okay? So what to verify myself, because I always come from any information from a place of doubt, right? So then I wanted to find out, when was the very first car, Hyundai Elantra, that has a GPS in it, right? GPS chip, GPS tracking, computer monitor for GPS, whatever. And the very first one is the 2017 Hyundai Elantra. That was the first year that they made it available to add an 8-inch touchscreen with navigation. Previous models had what is called available Apple car or auto car, whatever, where you can plug your phone into the car and it uses your phone's GPS chip on the car. That's the only thing people could be getting confused with it, but that's not GPS. That doesn't identify anything from the car. That uses your phone. So we're 2 years off here. 2 years off. And Hyundai didn't even have any cars except for Genesis. So Hyundai owns Genesis, which is a high-end model. They were the only cars of that between 2010 and 2014 that had GPS in them.
So, in other words, all the data would be on his phone if it's anywhere. If it's anywhere, it's on his phone.
Correct. That is the only place. This car is 100% completely not possible. And look, the standard, and this is why I know it, you guys. So I landed my point earlier, but every single car that has GPS in it has to be registered with the .gov site for the national whatever of security information. And they have to give the map version of what GPS chip is in there for connection to the satellite service and everything. And I have a picture here, which you guys will see on the screen. Hyundai Elantras. The first time that it was entered in here was 2017 to 2018 model. Standard Gen 4 navigation. It gives the SW version, it gives the map version, and the model name. It does not, they are not in any cars earlier than this. So there is zero evidence that's going to be coming from Brian Kohberger's car with GPS.
Yeah, I don't even know why people... Well, I don't know where the telemetry thing honestly came from, except for Nancy Grace. Like, I think Nancy Grace is the reason that's going around. And she started comparing it to the Murdaugh case. What?
So, this is Brian Kohberger's car.
Right.
On the top.
Right.
This is a third-party aftermarket GPS system. When he got pulled over, if that car had GPS in it, we would see this.
Right.
See how it doesn't fit?
Yeah.
Real well?
They had to, like, cut it out.
Yeah, this is custom made, not supported by Hyundai. Essentially, by putting this in your car, you void your warranty. You're not allowed to put aftermarket stuff in cars if you want to hold true to your warranty here. Just to land it, because I know people are going to be like, that's not true. That's not true because of this. That's not true because of that. And it is 100% without a doubt true. And that model right there is Brian Kohberger's. You couldn't even see GPS information on that little baby screen. The only thing you might be able to see on there is the time. You know what I mean?
That's a black and white screen.
Yeah.
There's no color to that whatsoever.
No,
it's straight up black and white.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've had that in a car before. I know what that exact type of screen looks like to look at.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, that is proven. And if you guys don't agree with that, please leave a comment down below. Let me know why and how I can help show you that that's impossible.
Yeah, not just an
Needs to be
expert
taken
told
off
me.
the table.
Not just an expert told me, but like government website may be stating the opposite.
Yep.
Because you just cited a government website.
I just cited a government website.
So,
yep, a .gov. Yep.
Right.
And
they are required to report that information.
Every GPS chip has to be recorded on here.
Okay.
So it is impossible. All right. So I feel like that has been explained. Not only can the GPS video, which is required to run a GPS chip, you would be able to see it in Kohberger's car. That's not possible. But there is no chip that's in there that is GPS connectable.
If there's any locating information anywhere, it is on his cell phone.
Yep. It would be on his cell phone.
Devices on his person.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I just have on here, this is proof that aftermarket screen is not a Hyundai. This is aftermarket. CUSP. It is not a Hyundai piece.
Why do you say it like that? Why don't you just say Hyundai?
Hyundai is how it is spelled.
So literal, even with grammar.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so
you just said it extra weird there, so it struck me.
Inside the majority of 2016 and 2017 Hyundai models, it is an available in-dash touchscreen navigation system that can be activated with the touch of a button or integrated voice technology like BlueLink. With this tech, all you need to do is tell your car the address of point of interest. What if you prefer the GPS offered by your smartphone? There's still a way to combine familiarity with the convenience of an in-dash GPS, which is the car and Android, whatever, which his car didn't even have that. So now on the Hyundai websites, we have additional, how do you know if my car has built-in navigation? Not to be confused with Android Auto or Apple Car, which are not navigation GPS. So Android Auto and Apple Car are not GPS. They would not be able to locate it if a car has that. The built-in navigation system does not require the use of any mobile device. 2 ways to confirm your car has one navigation, which is a GPS chip. Look for a map hard key or go to the system's info page on your display screen. How do I check the current map version of my vehicle? It gives a link. Where can I order the updated yada yada yada? Where was that one?
Yeah, but I think from what people...
Hang on. Wait. How do I check if my car has GPS? That's in here somewhere. It is verifiable through mapsandsoft.com, and it asks you to verify the car. Or Hyundai.com, actually. Or mapandsoft.com/Hyundai. It is that link. So. But yeah, what were you saying?
I think what I was hearing is that essentially, even if it doesn't have a GPS screen and unit in it, that whatever that telemetry system is has some kind of computer chip in it that does locate the car and where it is.
So, we'll get into that, okay? That black box is called an EDR. EDR explained. CDR is the acronym for Crash Data Retrieval. Crash data retrieval is a term used by those who use specialized equipment to retrieve the vehicle's EDR, Event Data Recorder. This EDR data is also referred to as crash data. CDR technicians and experts connect their EDR tool to an automobile, allowing them to communicate with the vehicle and retrieve the EDR data file. Specialized software is then used to translate the EDR data file to a readable format for review and analysis. Crash data retrieval. EDRs may record information, but only after some physical event like a crash. Vehicle dynamics information and system status for about 5 seconds before a crash. Certain driver inputs for about 5 seconds before a crash. Vehicle crash severity signature. Restraint used and deployment-related information. Post-crash data such as the activation of automatic collision notification system.
Yeah, but they used it in Murdaugh's case.
Yes, because his car had a GPS. That is different.
Yeah, but it recorded like his door being opened.
Yep, that's what it just said.
It didn't only did it?
Yes, that's what it said.
It seemed to say only when there was a crash.
No, it didn't. It said vehicle dynamics information and system status updates, driver inputs.
Okay.
Which means for before a crash.
Okay.
So it also tells you if someone's wearing a seatbelt and if airbags deployed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it tells you that, but it does not check your GPS location. That is not possible without being registered on this .gov site. Which I was shocked by. I didn't know this until I looked it up. I had no idea. And what's interesting is I've been in a crash before, and the insurance person, which I now look back on and think they were trying to scare me like I was lying or something, was like, oh yeah, we can get everything from that black box data. Don't even worry about it. We can tell where you're at. We can tell when you're there. We can tell this. We can tell that. No, obviously not. Obviously not. So, I thought it was interesting.
I mean, unless
right?
your car has a GPS, then you're screwed.
Well, then it's not EDR information; it's GPS location information.
Well,
there's only one GPS chip in a car connected to one computer.
I understand that, but I had like telemetry was also used in the we just talked about her case recently. It was the woman that was the guy was running around the house in her bike. What is her name? I don't know. Anyway, he went to the trash cans around the city. They used telemetry data with him too.
Yeah, GPS. That was his truck's GPS. His
okay,
truck
so then
had
what
GPS.
is telemetry then? Because everyone says it's the black box.
I mean, I can look up what the definition of telemetry is, but that's just giving your location. Telemetry automatically collects, transmits, and measures data from remote sources. That's all it means. From remote sources. That means that a car had a data connection. So GPS or service on it. So
I'm just wondering, like, does the GPS only record when there's an event that makes the black box record?
No. If you have GPS in your car, it's always recording your location.
Okay, then there was no point in them going through all that stuff in that case with the woman, the wife, where they're talking about when this door closed and opened and this and this and this and he was pointed this way. Or does that just make the GPS more accurate? Is what they're saying?
You're probably confusing grandstanding, trying to appear as an expert and confident in front of the jury. Because you would give an overabundance of details. They didn't
allow it in court. This was a documentary series where this expert was talking on how they do it. But now that I'm thinking back on it, I think what I just said is correct. So they have GPS, but the telemetry then gives them... Because GPS can't give you when somebody's door opened.
I mean, it can if it's all connected to the same computer. I think you're confusing that. If you have a smart car, there's no black box.
Okay.
There's no point for that. You already have a full-blown computer and they're connected to everything.
Well, there is a point, isn't there? Because the acceleration,
No,
the deceleration.
you have a computer that will record all that. There is no reason to have two separate sources.
Isn't the black box a computer chip?
I mean, a half-aid one, like, I don't... If you have a smart car in it, why would you have a black box? Think about it.
I mean, because
That's
that
like
specific chip does the job of recording that data.
Nope, the computer does.
Okay.
The car's computer is linked to the whole thing. That's like having an iPhone and saying, oh, you know what? Give me a 1992 flip phone. I want to carry both. Why? This does everything.
Okay.
There's no point. Telemetry, you were probably confusing telemetry with black box. Telemetry doesn't mean black box. Telemetry just means a data connection to a unit.
Okay.
We just read that. I didn't know that before, but now I do. No?
That's not the impression I've gotten. But I don't know for sure. Because I don't understand it, so.
Yeah. But, so, I don't know why people keep talking about this car. I feel like it's like a red herring.
Yeah.
In these situations, I really do.
I mean, I think it was brought up because we've seen it used in other cases to where it's been such a big deal in other cases that like the car is a big thing in the Idaho 4 and the Brian Kohberger case. Like the fact that it was supposedly, allegedly driving around the home and he drove it to the murder scene and there's no DNA in it, and then he left and he made that big loop and they're looking for the murder weapon still. Yeah. You know, to have all that information of where he was, where he went, like all of those, I mean, don't you think that if they had...
This actually says telemetry is not black box. So whoever was trying to say telemetry is, it's not. This says that in order for it to be considered vehicle telemetry, it has to be able to send this information through data. And black boxes can't do that.
Okay.
So.
Interesting.
Yep.
Yeah. Then it's, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Weird. But I think that that's just a big topic because that word has been used in many cases. And so what, okay. So then telemetry's wasn't the black box in Murdaugh's case.
It won't be the black box in any case. Telemetry cannot be about black box.
It has to be a literal computer that's receiving and giving transmissions.
Transmitting data. Yep.
Interesting. Wow.
Yep.
So it has to be a GPS or something like that. Literally
it has to be a GPS and a computer, something that has a data connection. That's what it says here. Like, understanding that vehicle telemetry is how it works and its main benefits in fleet management, preserving life, reducing costs, and then it uses Tesla cars as an example and Formula One cars as an example. So these are, telemetry means in-vehicle computer.
Okay.
Yep. So, I had never heard the term telemetry. All I've heard is black box.
Yeah, it was used in that case in Colorado. I heard it in the Murdaugh case.
Yeah. Well, Murdaugh drove a Lincoln, so that makes sense. Didn't he drive a Lincoln?
I don't know.
I think he drove a Lincoln SUV. Or I could be wrong here, but I think so. And that absolutely has probably had onboard computer with GPS for at least a decade.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I thought this was interesting. And I mean, I learned a ton going through this because they have nothing on the car. Zero. The only thing they're going to be able to get from the car is the pictures. There is absolutely no data. There is no way for them to hear some kind of audio. There's no way for anything like that.
Like
Nothing.
Literally pictures and his phone.
It is only going to be his phone. Yep.
That's it.
That is it.
and his phone was not connected to a tower, so therefore off or on airplane mode, which we just don't know with that yet.
I didn't include a picture on here. You've probably seen it enough, but for people listening to the audio, I'll put up a picture for everyone that shows Bryan Kohberger's head unit in his car, and it proves he does not have a computer on board. He does not have a GPS chip. He does not have anything on there that could help in this investigation.
Where are you going to post that?
It's a dead end. I'm on the screen.
Yeah, you said for audio listeners, so I didn't know if
I was just letting the audio listeners know what it was.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, but yeah, I found it interesting. I'd love to know what you guys have questions-wise around it. But for me, this is solved. It's in the bag, dude.
Yeah, I wish I could ask better questions. I just don't understand it. But, I mean, yeah, I think it is solved at this point.
It's done.
The fact that you pulled the sources you did, I mean, those seem like the most credible sources you could go to.
NHTSA.gov, which it has to be required. We got legal websites and Hyundai websites, so it's literally impossible. I don't know what kind of expert Nancy Wayne Gracie had on her show, but, like, dude, what?
You just said that very seriously?
Said what?
I don't know what kind of expert Nancy Wayne Gracie had on her show.
Oh, I've been saying it accidentally. I didn't even mean to. But yeah, I don't know what kind of expert she had on her show, but he didn't sound like an expert to me.
Yeah, he said some other things that were a bit odd that didn't sound very experty, but I don't know.
Yeah, if you're an expert, wouldn't you know the website to go to verify this information? What benefit does it have to come on a show and be like, yeah, it's got GPS, it's got the whole ring of things all the way since 2010 model, like, don't even worry about it.
I don't know, especially because we haven't seen anything regarding telemetry or black box or anything in any court paperwork or documentation, period.
Yeah.
We have only seen the car was seen on surveillance footage. That's it.
Yeah, but at least we can put it to bed. Like,
wait,
done.
I'm going to have to go look through all the search warrants. Is there, like, I wonder if there's, like, a search warrant anywhere that has to do with the car at all, and then that's how they, like, would find out. Like, because they wouldn't know for sure, right, unless they tried?
They would be able to know just by looking in it. You could tell just by the head unit.
Yeah, I know. You could tell. You could tell right away.
I think cops would probably know that too.
Well, people think, okay, so he doesn't have a GPS unit on his car where he can access that and get directions. That doesn't mean that there's not a GPS chip in the computer in his car that that records your location without you knowing that you can't access.
It does mean that. But you think that people will think that?
Well, that's literally what that guy said on Nancy Grace's show.
Oh, yeah, he's wrong. He's wrong. Yeah, that's not true. If your car has GPS, then it has a computer screen.
He said that there is a GPS chip that can be in your car that you don't know about or have access to that can record your location.
Sure, a tracker.
And then he also said that the GPS thing is always recording your location even if you're not using it.
Oh, I mean, yeah, maybe if you're being tracked by the FBI.
No, like if you haven't...
No, I said that
separate.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's just not possible.
Okay.
Yep. A GPS chip will not be put in a car without that computer in the dash.
Yeah, but separate from that, he also said if you do have a GPS, then it's always recording you no matter what.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
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 So...
And he said, oh, absolutely, Kohberger had a GPS in his car.
Yeah. I don't know where he got his information from. But let us know what you think, guys. We appreciate it. And
I appreciate you diving into that because I really wanted to know personally because I thought I already knew from what we saw in the past. And I asked you because I was seeing all this conflicting information because I do not understand cars or anything like that. And so I'm glad that you brought it.
Yeah. Case closed. On that one.
For sure.
But let us know what you think.
All right. So let's talk about parallel construction. Now, this was something that was, somebody asked me to look into this. It was Mike Applegate from our chat. And he asked me specifically to look into it because I know. And he always brings, we may not agree on everything, which is awesome. I love that. I love that we have people that come here and disagree and bring information and give us, things to look into. Always expanding knowledge. That's what we're here to do, is to learn with everybody. And he said he believes parallel construction is what's going on in this case. He thinks that Bryan Kohberger's the guy, but regardless of what you believe, if he is the guy or is not the guy, and there is apparently legal precedent set that makes this legal. Or at least, for instance, you know how they claim in the Kohberger case that the DNA was just a tip, so they don't have to give over that evidence? Mm-hmm. That's been done in several cases using IgG, apparently, from what was cited in BickaBarlow's thing. Mm-hmm. She actually talked about it a little bit, it happening in another case, where they don't feel they have to give over this information because it's just a tip, which is dishonest. Mm-hmm. And that is kind of parallel construction in a way. But anyway, here, I need the definition here. Here we go. So, parallel construction, so let me just read this right here, this little part, and then we can talk about it. The prosecution can and does leave investigative steps out of probable cause affidavits, and PCAs can be written in a way that implies a chronology? Mm-hmm. I don't know why I'm having a hard time saying that right now, but you get it. Yep. Of investigative steps and obscures the chaotic and multi-pronged swirl of simultaneous methods and processing of leads. This is called parallel construction. Parallel construction is a law enforcement process of building a parallel or separate evidentiary basis for a criminal investigation in order to conceal how an investigation actually began. Yeah. To some extent, parallel construction is a giant lie of omission.
Yep. Okay, I got you now. Now I know. When you were bringing this up, I wasn't 100%. I knew of parallel construction. I mean, it defines it in its name. They're just constructing an opposite idea using separate tactics from the original storyline. That's
not
what
necessarily opposite, but it's like parallel realities in the investigation process. So this is where it began. And
by opposite, I just mean that if this is the real world step one, but it was done with something that they don't want to be transparent with, then this is the other step one. And it's opposing because there can only be one step one.
Yeah, sure. But so essentially they're on step 20, but they call it step 1.
Right, yeah.
Is basically what's going on.
Yeah.
And I think we've kind of seen, like you were alleging in the BickaBarlow thing that we just talked about, Bill Thompson may not be lying. He doesn't know, so therefore he can't say. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's I don't know why the word's leaving my mind right now.
Omission.
It's
I don't remember right now.
Yeah, I know it's on the tip of my tongue, but. If you guys are watching right now, you're probably putting it in the comments, shouting at me. Innocent by, it's like, I don't know. I can't remember right now.
Yeah.
But it's basically they don't know, so therefore they don't have to disclose.
Yeah.
Right.
So essentially a prosecutor could come to a cop and be like, hey, do not tell me how you got to that. Do not tell me how you came to that. If you tell me, I have to disclose that. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. So it says the prosecution likely would prefer not to present witnesses and evidence regarding forensic genealogy at trial because it adds complexity and is less specific than evidence they subsequently develop. Yeah.
Which I think is what we're seeing here.
With the DNA.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. And that's why I keep going back to Othram. It doesn't make sense. You won't include a third party in that way and release the chain of custody of something that is so integral so necessary in a case to a third-party source. It didn't make sense. It has to be a major reason, and that major reason, I think, is because they did not find DNA or did not find DNA that was usable.
Yeah. I think that is what's going on.
That was a gamble.
It was.
And it's a smart gamble, dude. Like, I get it. I understand why they include Othram. I think if I was in that same situation, I would have done that too. But just be honest about it. And you can overcome that in the case. I understand the defense would, have a field day with that. But you can still lean on the fact that no matter what they say, we have evidentiary proof that this is this man's DNA.
Yeah. And by the way, I didn't mention, this is an article called Genetic Genealogy, Brian Kohberger, and Parallel Construction in the Idaho 4 Investigation, and it is on medium.com. So they specifically talk about a behind-the-scenes issue with law enforcement and the legal community and genealogy community about using genealogy in active versus cold cases, that there's kind of a butting of heads going on behind the scenes right now, which I think we can see that in the Kohberger case, but I don't know where they are getting that information from, because they do not say where they're getting that information from. But if that is true, that this is going on at a bigger level where all of these people are kind of butting heads, which honestly, I can kind of see it in that TED Talk we just were talking about, too, in the BickaBarlow case, or, when we were talking about that topic, the partial profile. I think we're seeing that in those, and I've seen lawyers come out talking about this. I've seen genetic experts coming out talking about this. Not really law enforcement, though. It's mostly lawyers and genealogy experts that are coming out, calling out the processes and saying,
well, the cops wouldn't have to deal with that, so that makes sense.
They only use what they obtain from that situation, and then, the legal people, they have to worry about their clients.
Yeah, they hand it off.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. It says, the FBI, which has stood up its own genetic genealogy lab, specifically instructs police not to mention its use in arrest affidavits and legal filings. The argument is that it is merely a tip or lead or technique that once the suspect's actual DNA is gathered and other supporting evidence is amassed, is both irrelevant and a distraction. So that's interesting, thinking about it being standard for them to do that. If we help you out in this way, you have to say it's just a tip.
It just makes me think of the Idaho 4 case in this way, okay? So they knew they used a funky way to get to the DNA, right? And I don't even think they were planning on using the STR. I don't think they were planning on using any of it based on their original request of search warrant for his apartment, his car, and his parents' home. When they got in there, they were like, there's nothing here.
They expected to find a lot more.
We have to use the DNA, otherwise we got nothing.
Yeah.
That's what I think. If that's what it is, right? And I'm not saying that's what I believe, but that's what I think when tracking this line of thinking.
Yeah.
If Brian is innocent, and they said that they didn't want to include the DNA, they did not. DNA, the whole thing.
They said the sheath. The DNA
snip,
from the sheath.
The DNA.
Yes, they did.
Meaning they didn't want to include the SNP or the STR.
Andrea Burkhart called that. She called that when that came out. She made a video on it.
So many people are saying things like, well, they're going to use the STR. They just didn't want to use the SNP. No.
Originally,
they didn't want to use any DNA.
Yeah, I think you're right. Originally, I don't think they wanted to. I think they were hoping that they would find victim DNA in his car. They were betting on it,
Yeah.
absolutely. And Andrea Burkhart, she made a video on that warrant, that search warrant, and she's like, this is shady. That they're saying, oh, we want to use this to search, but we do not want to bring this to trial.
Yeah.
She's like, she straight
There's
up called
something
it
there.
and said, she's like, the only way I can see somebody doing something like this and putting this in a document like this is they obtained it illegally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which
I
is
think
interesting.
It's very possible that either they obtained it illegally,
Or it just looks very bad.
or the way they obtained it will make them and the rest of their case look bad. Like not finding DNA, sending it to Othram, who then finds DNA and then sends them the profile back, which they then run through CODIS.
Also, like, cops are on scene, as we know, at like 11 something, right?
Yeah.
Or like it was basically noon, I believe. It was like
noon.
11:58. It was essentially noon.
That's when the call happened, so they didn't get there till like 12:20, I think, or something.
Okay, so noon is when they got there. Payne didn't get there till 4 hours later, and he is the one that found the sheath.
I know. Yeah, I know.
That is also very odd, and I don't want to jump to the conclusion that it's planted, but I think the defense will definitely be asking questions to determine something like that, if that could have happened here.
The defense is absolutely going to make it seem like that was planted. That's their job to do.
Oh, yeah. Reasonable doubt, yeah.
Is ask what is going on here. Why were there 50 people in this house who didn't find it, and then 4 hours later, somebody found it?
The lead investigator on the case.
Yeah.
Shows up 4 hours later, and it magically appears somehow.
And the guy that's connected to Dr. Moore and Tolson.
And the latent shoe print was found sweep 2, which, granted, latent means it wasn't visible to the naked eye.
Yeah.
But it's a single footprint. And they said they tested it for blood. Now, why do you think that was included in the PCA? Because they do not include all evidence in a PCA, especially if it doesn't point towards their guy. So guaranteed there was evidence.
That's not always true. A lot of them do include all the evidence.
No, they don't.
Yeah, I understand there's this idea out there because some experts and lawyers have come on and say that, PCAs don't ever include all their evidence. They only include enough to arrest. That's not true. Look at Gilgo 4 that has 2,500 pages in their PCA. They included all of it.
No, I believe they included all their evidence that points towards Brian Kohberger. At that time, I think that is all that they had. But my point is that if they didn't think the latent shoe print pointed towards him, they wouldn't have included it because it's not evidence.
Yep, got it. Yep.
So they believe for some reason that points towards him. Why? Is it the same shoe size? Is it blood?
Yeah.
Because they tested it for blood. They did not say whether or not it was blood in the PCA, but they said they tested it for that.
That's interesting, yeah.
So why is there only one shoe print?
Mm-hmm.
Did the perpetrator step in blood with one shoe but not the other? So they took, what is going on? You know what I mean?
I've asked the same questions, and some people in the community have said it's because that is on a turn or whatever, and the friction of their foot, which I don't agree with because they also would have made a sharper turn coming out of that hallway. So it doesn't add up for me. So I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. I don't even have a theory. I have no clue. It's such a strange place and thing. I can't even come up with something. I've tried multiple times.
Or did they wipe their shoe off? So it was only like
I don't know.
Trace. I don't know. It's really strange. I don't know. I don't get it. But they have to feel like that pointed towards Kohberger, or they wouldn't have included it. It's also interesting that they say it's diamond-shaped like a Vans, but he doesn't wear anything resembling that. I would be curious to see the shoes like that he wears. I know it was New Balance. Does New Balance ever come with a diamond-shaped pattern?
No. New Balance or Nike, and they don't.
So, I don't know. But a criminal could wear the wrong shoes to a crime scene.
Yep, that's what I would have done.
Yeah, in your commission of the crime,
Yep.
how you would commit the crime, that's what you said. You said you'd wear women's shoes.
I did. A few pairs of socks and women's shoes that are 2 sizes too small for my feet. And yes, it would have hurt, and yes, it is possible.
Yeah. You were talking about folding your toes over. That would be super painful.
No, under. Like curling your
I
toes
know.
really tight and then sticking them in, and then you just loosen up the laces really loose at the toe, and then you tighten it up by the ankle. But yeah.
So this asks the question, why is the Elantra key? 2 reasons. 1, why did the WSU officers immediately search for and find Kohberger's car in the parking lot within the hour of finding it in their database? There was reporting that there were 90 white Elantras registered at Idaho State alone. So why did this car get immediate action?
I think, me personally, think it's because of that one statement we listened to on Sleuthy Goosey's video. That is one of the local neighbors that said that they saw a white Elantra and they called it in. And you know what's super interesting? I don't know why I didn't put this together, okay? They said they saw a white Elantra at school and called it in and let them know about the white Elantra at school. He's the neighbor of somebody who had a white Elantra. Why did he not say he called in their Elantra?
Like, why didn't he call in his neighbor's Elantra instead of a random one at the school?
Right. That's strange.
Did he say when he saw that Elantra parked there? Was it...
I'll have to go back and listen. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. But it seems convenient. You know?
Yeah, it does.
It just makes me ask. It makes me want to know more. It doesn't necessarily mean there's something shady going on there, but it makes me want to know.
So did that guy live in Moscow or Pullman?
Yep, Moscow. Moscow.
It says, then 2, at what point where Moscow police ask fellow law enforcement to keep an eye out for a white Elantra, it was specifically for the 2011-2013 model, which Kohberger did not have. And this also says, more specifically, when and why the FBI analysis expanded his expert opinion from 2011-2013 to 2011-2016, which is also another interesting thing that doesn't make sense.
I know.
Which is actually another red flag in my head towards the FBI, but what would you... Like, what... So you don't think that's on the FBI's back?
What?
The fact that their expert said it was a 2011-2013?
Are we sure it was their expert? I just haven't looked into this. I'm not trying to give excuses. You guys know how I feel. If I don't see it with my own 2 eyes, I don't believe it.
I mean,
so
that's what was stated in the
court docs. It says that the FBI expert.
I don't know about court docs, but I'm pretty sure in the Moscow PD updates, when they sent that stuff out, they said that an FBI expert or something. I don't know.
Moscow said it.
Yeah. I mean, you have kind of a point there, but...
If it was an FBI expert, which are some of the best scientists in the world, criminology scientists in the world, came out and said that it's a 2011 to 2013, I tend to believe them. Now, did Moscow get a tip and choose to alter, it's only a couple years, should we just change that 2013 to a 2016 and we got our guy bros?
So this
is that possible?
So basically, maybe. What they're basically saying here, okay, just to sum it up, is that the defense should have noticed that immediately. The fact that it was changed like that and said, okay, they already had Kohberger's name. Like, that's why they changed it. And it's another reason to believe that IgG was used. that is what gave them the, like, official tip. Like, they got the tip from IGG, which is why they changed the date of the car to fit Kohberger's car. They thought it was a 2011, 2013. They got IGG, which they consider super credible. It's DNA. So they change it to the year of Kohberger's car. And they don't tell the public, of course.
What? Okay.
What's going on?
Let me throw a completely different theory out there, okay? What if the FBI isn't the ones who gave that information? What if the Moscow and ISP literally failed this case? They blew it up because they didn't follow the proper protocols. They weren't managing the crime scene effectively. They didn't gather evidence effectively. They literally blew this case up, okay? Everyone around there knows that can't not happen. This couldn't go cold. That school wouldn't be around anymore. Literally, it would be gone.
Yeah, true.
So they hand everything they have over to Bill. And Bill's like, oh my gosh, this is awful. This is such a mess.
I mean,
this
Bill
is insane how awful of an investigation this is. I've never seen something so awful in my life. So Bill says, I might be able to fix this. Let me call my contacts at the FBI. Hey, I have one of the worst cases I've ever seen in my life. Can I use you guys as expert witnesses to say that you approved some of this information that we got? I don't know. Is that possible? And the FBI literally wasn't involved?
But the FBI was on scene.
Yeah, but the FBI was also working the biggest case ever in the state's history of drugs.
But don't you think it's...
That was an FBI investigation.
You know, it's not really typical for that many FBI agents to show up to something like this.
I mean, yeah, it is. It's quadruple homicide, and they're only like 20 minutes away.
So you think there's nothing weird with that?
I do not, no. I think they were already in the area working on the drug case.
Yeah, but had that been busted before or after?
It got busted roughly about 30 days after.
Okay.
They were already there.
Okay, then I feel like that is... Do you think then they showed up like, oh, a quadruple homicide? That kind of sounds like drug activity.
It could be tied to our thing.
It could be tied to our thing. So let's just go check it out. And then because they already checked it out, they were like, well, we'll continue supporting your investigation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And you know what's interesting is I know there's this claim that the FBI was the one at the house, watching the house. How do we know that they weren't like, yeah, you know, I mean, can we store one of our trailers there? When they were trying to come up with it, hey, can we use you to you know, bring this case home?
But Bill Thompson was also on scene very early on in the case too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like,
that's not
literally
weird to
at
me.
the crime scene.
That's not that weird to me.
Yeah,
we knew it was going to Bill.
But he would know a lot of things being on scene there with the investigators. He may not know everything.
Not investigation stuff. Not like the science, you know.
Right. And that stuff takes time too.
So he probably wanted to see the scene on what he was going to be prosecuting. Yeah. That's not uncommon. You actually found that out. Because so many people were... This was a while ago. This was a couple months ago. So many people were saying how shady that is that Bill was there. You were the one that found all the information saying it wasn't shady.
Yeah.
That prosecutors are on scene a lot.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it's shady. That wasn't my point of bringing it up. I'm saying that he would... Because he is active and he was there at the scene, that he would know what... Like, where the police are headed anyway. Now, he may not know the science, but you're alleging that your theory was that they blew it up and handed it all to him and was like, help.
Yeah.
He was there. He should have been able to see, like, somewhat.
I don't know about that.
You don't know if he could know something like that?
No.
Well, I guess they don't really they don't really typically
He's not
prosecute.
involved in the investigation.
Well, also, they don't really typically prosecute cases like this in that area. Maybe if he was like working on murder cases regularly, he would see some signs like something's not right.
Yeah.
But
what? Okay, going back to your original topic, what was Mike bringing this up for? Just to let people know that this happens a lot, and
yes,
it is legal, unfortunately.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And that he thinks that's exactly what's happening in the Koberger case.
They admit it. They admit it. I'm glad Mike brought it up, because it lands a bigger boom when you can name exactly what's going on. So I think this is a super good video, but they've essentially admitted it already.
Why do you think that?
We don't want to show you our work for the DNA.
Okay.
We don't want to. We don't want you to talk about the IgG trees. We don't want you to talk about how we connect dots in our system.
Yeah.
They're literally coming forward and saying, no, we aren't going to show you.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. I think you're right. I mean, that's why I brought that up pretty early on, was them not wanting to show that. I think that's a pretty big deal and indicator that that's what's going on here. I mean, I guess you're right. They've admitted to it, essentially.
Yeah.
Essentially, yes.
And I wonder if we're going to get anything back from the FBI. And here's the reason why. We don't have... Okay, so I can't let go of Dr. Moore. I cannot.
I can't either.
It's too good of evidence, and it's proof, and it's not arguable. And they are in the process of going through an IA investigation, internal affairs investigation, and being sued and being held accountable in a court of law for manipulating and fraudulently staging evidence. Okay, these cops are dirty that were involved with it. It's not opinion. In that investigation, they claimed they used the FBI. They did not. The FBI was never involved in it. Not once, not one time. They're claiming they used the FBI here. Have we seen anything legitimately real come from them? Or are they saying that the 70 FBI agents that were involved is actually what the drug agents locally are?
Maybe, but there was an FBI tip line.
There was. Yeah.
So they were working on tips and stuff, but I don't know.
There's weight behind you throwing around FBI.
Yeah, there is.
So,
Because they have so much more resources than
technology,
a local PD.
advancements. Yeah. And again, I go back to, do we really think that the FBI doesn't have what Othram has?
Oh, yeah. They probably do.
So then why they include Othram and not the FBI?
Right.
That would have solved everything.
Well, I don't know.
It would have.
The FBI works with Othram.
No, I mean...
They literally use Othram.
Yeah, on cold cases.
Yeah.
On cold cases. On cases that aren't important anymore, don't require leading edge technology or anything like that. And the only reason that they work with Othram, give me an example of something else. The only reason they work with Othram is because Othram needs their database to confirm the information that they find. So actually, Othram needs the FBI, not the other way.
Well, Othram is leading tech. They are using like industry leading tech and technology and new processes. Like they are using.
And we think Othram has more tech than the FBI?
Yeah, that's a good point.
No.
I mean, the Pharaoh scans are also interesting. I see rumblings of a federal case is what I'm hearing from lots of other people too, that they feel the FBI is about to come in and take this case from the state.
Yeah.
Or the
FBI is literally investigating these officers. I think that is real, and that is not conspiracy, tin hat type stuff, because of the Dr. Moore case.
Yeah, it's possible.
The Dr. Moore case was truly one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my life.
and they could see signs of it here. Yeah, that's possible.
Do you think the FBI likes having their name thrown around when they aren't actually helping?
Right.
Do you think the FBI's like, oh yeah, that's cool, fraudulently throw us under the bus with Dr. Moore and use our names?
The person who's writing this article, which is really interesting, and I think everybody should go read it. I think there's some things that in this have been proven wrong in some instances because it's written earlier this year. But, they place the investigators knowing who Kohberger is at November 29th, way before we heard that thing from Bill Thompson.
No way.
That date precisely is when they think they knew who Kohberger was. And they also think that they had they ignored all the blood evidence, okay, that was everywhere, searching it for the suspect's DNA, and only did the knife sheath because they thought that's the most credible piece, like it has to be the person's. They had to have used this. And that they used that and also got this lead on a car. They saw it in the footage. It didn't have a front license plate. They find it out that it's at the university. And these things are happening simultaneously. And they get the probable cause after Kohberger's already left town. And that they knew who he was by November 29th. And it's interesting. I mean, it's a type of tunnel vision, essentially. And they go on to state that they much prefer granular investigations as opposed to like a heroic narrative of parallel constructions. And they're interested in fact-based coverage and discussions. And I agree with that. Absolutely. It also goes on to allege that law enforcement has used parallel construction to obscure the actual sources of critical evidence from view for decades. This practice denies defendants and defense attorneys multiple avenues to challenge the admissibility of evidence, the credibility of informants, and the legality of hidden aspects of the investigation.
Yeah.
And it's a problem. And even though I have heard from multiple sources this is used a lot. This technique is used a lot to hide things within their investigations.
They're investigating for the court case, not to prove truth.
Right. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
And I think that, I mean, honestly, just being transparent about these things, I think could fix a lot, because some things will look a whole lot shadier if they're uncovered than if you were just honest about it.
Yeah.
Say Kohberger's the guy and they really do know that for certain. Doing this whole thing of not turning over discovery, not being honest about where you got this information is just, it's creating all this speculation and could honestly get a murderer off.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't know. I want to know what you guys think, if that's what's going on here, that they've built a narrative where they were really at like step 20 in the investigation and just called it step 1.
Yeah.
And they're saying this is our line of investigation, but really it started way back at this time. They're just not telling us any of that.
Yeah. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether he's innocent or guilty, that doesn't matter.
Right.
That does not matter in this. What matters is that our justice system is being managed right. Our police are being managed honestly, doing things the honest way to find honest, truthful evidence.
I agree. And knowing how subjective the DNA is at this point really has me concerned. Like, if we're ever going to know the truth. If he gets off on this, are we ever going to know who did this? For sure.
Yeah.
It's a sad thought. But, yeah, let us know what you think.
All right. So, in this story, I would say this is 4 4chan Theory 2.6, maybe? Something like that, you know? Just continued evidence on this idea.
Yeah.
But this is a standalone case on its own. It really is. This isn't part 3 yet. We'll get to there, but this is some back-end evidence. And this is one of the cases that we mentioned in 4chan Part 2, where we were asking some questions around the fraternities, how they're managed, how they're connected to the school, why they're connected to the school, why the school wants to keep them around and or would fight for them to stay there and continue living there and residing there and feeding the college money and everything like that. So this case is centered around Joseph Wierk. In some countries, it would be Wierk, which I'm going to stick with Joseph. So, Joseph Wierk was 18, okay? Now, in Moscow, Idaho, the Latah County coroner says 18-year-old freshman Joseph Wierk died of hypothermia in the early morning hours on Sunday, January 20th. Officials say Wierk was outside for nearly 4 hours in temperatures in the teens when he wandered nearly 5 miles off campus. So, I have a couple questions right off the top with this first statement, right? Died of hypothermia. Okay, was he lost out in the woods with no houses around?
Right.
Was he not wearing proper clothing for temperature in the teens? Did he not have a phone? Was he not familiar with the area? All these questions pop up. So just keep that in the back of your mind as we're going through this, all right? So he was also actually found 7 miles away, not 5 miles away. So it's interesting that they put 5, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess. So, and this is a headline. A University of Idaho student froze to death under a bridge after leaving a fraternity party this weekend. Moscow police found the body of Joseph, 18, of Haley, Idaho, where he lives, under the Paradise Creek Bridge at about 4 p.m. Monday, according to Police Chief David Duke. So, they find Joseph, okay, under this bridge. And they say he had a blood alcohol of, at a concerning rate. It was at a concerning percentage. So I think when they tested him, he was right around 0.15 or something like that. And when you do the calculation of math, because alcohol is always burning out of your blood, even when you're passed. So they come up with a figure of how long they've been sitting there and what their BAC was when they passed. His was at 0.30. That's high. That is very high. If they're right, 0.30 is when people start losing consciousness.
That's
things like
you're
that.
poisoned at that point. Your
Yep.
body is poisoned.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But we wonder about this, all right? So as I'm doing research into this, I'm going to share some of the details that I found, okay? In multiple articles, it says that they did not find anything but alcohol in this kid's blood. Now, I was able to find an article with a statement from Kathy Madbutt, the coroner. And she says that they found alcohol and pot. So that made my red flags go off, right? Right away, because 2 articles I found said it was just alcohol. Her statement says that it was alcohol and pot. Which one is it? Because those 2 articles that said it was just alcohol went out of their way to clarify there was no other drugs in there. Marijuana is not legal in Idaho.
No.
Nowhere close to it.
So why wouldn't they mention it?
So why wouldn't they mention it?
And dang, Mabbitt's been the coroner for a while then, because this happened in 2013, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't know she was coroner that long. Jeez.
Yep.
I mean, it's not that long, but, you know.
Yeah. Well, I think when in the Idaho 4 case, it did say that she had been reelected like a whole bunch of times, I think.
Okay.
Because I think she's in an elected position, if I'm remembering correct.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So, interesting.
Wipe your eyebrow. It's just a speck of something.
Okay.
It's good.
So, what happened to him? All right, we'll just go straight into the crime here. He was at a party. All right, so he was at a party at the Sigma Alpha Epsilon Fraternity Saturday night and left sometime after midnight. Now, remember, he was only found on Monday at 4 p.m. Now, according to what we're reading here, okay, he left sometime after midnight, but instead of walking northwest towards his residence in the U of I's Theophilus Tower, he walked east, then north, according to the location information gleaned from cell phone records. Now, that's interesting because we know what cell phone records show in Moscow.
And 10 years ago, it wouldn't have been any better. Oh, my goodness. It would have been worse.
I agree. So right when I saw that, again, red flags started going off here. I was like, cell phone records, they have awful service there. And they have 0 ways to triangulate. None. Nothing. No ways to triangulate. None whatsoever. So, I'm still reading here, okay? And according to the storyline, Joseph left. He was with somebody, by the way, and that person has made a statement saying that they plan to go together and plan to come back. They walked from the Theophilus Tower, which is like 0.3 of mile away or something like that, or a half a mile. Well, instead, he walks east. And according to police records, they say they tracked him on his cell phone. We know that's not possible. There is no way to triangulate. They could give a rough average, but you're talking miles, a square miles worth of a rough estimation. They say that he walked east and then north. Now, at approximately 3 a.m. Sunday, a homeowner in the 1100 block of Highland Drive found Wierk in her basement. Weird, okay? So I have another article here that says police state they found Wierk just inside the front door.
What?
Strange. Very strange. So, here, you know what? I'll go through this whole story real quick, and then we'll go back to these. I probably should have done that from the beginning. So, according to the police story, he walked east. He was found inside of a homeowner's home at 3 a.m., okay? And according to the first article I read, he was found just inside the front door. The homeowner woke up, found him, and said that they didn't want to get him in trouble. So they sent him over across the street to their neighbors. I couldn't find anything else in this. I don't know why they would send him across the street to their neighbors. But they said they sent him across the street to their neighbors, okay? And they thought he looked okay and everything, and they sent him on his way. So he continued walking. Now, apparently, he came across another house where he tried to get into that house with no success. According to the police report, they say that it looked like he tried to flag somebody down. I have no idea how you can tell somebody was trying to flag someone down from their shoe prints. I have no idea whatsoever. I have wondered, did they see a struggle in the snow? This is snowing, all right? So they tried to follow his footsteps from there, they claim, but he started walking back on the street. He then went in somebody's backyard, hopped over a fence. Remember, he's supposed to be so insanely wasted, okay? They say he hopped over a fence, and started walking along the creek bed. According to what they see, he tripped walking down the embankment onto the frozen river. It fell backwards, hit his head, knew that he was in trouble, and crawled under the bridge to try and find some cover and froze to death. Now, you know what's interesting? Is I had to dig for the details around the injury on the back of the head. The original police statement does not talk about that. It says that he fell trying to find shelter and froze to death because his BAC was at a scary level. Now, let's go back, okay? That original door he went in, I have so many questions with that. On the first statement, it says that he was just inside the front door when the homeowner found him. That second statement that I found way after I already started researching the story says that they found him in the basement. I don't understand why I'm getting contradicting information here. I'm not sure. It doesn't feel honest. It feels like something's going on here.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to get him in trouble, and they sent him on his way. Now, you know there are two statements around people seeing him, and he said that he was in trouble. He was going to die. Weird. Because this person, homeowner, says that they asked, "Are you okay?" He said, "Yes, I'm okay." And he said, "Okay, so, maybe my neighbor over there can help you." He tried to go over to the neighbor.
Which is super messed up.
I agree, man. I agree. I feel like there's something really strange here. Then they say that per his foot tracks, it looked like he was trying to flag somebody down, wave somebody down, and then gave up and continued walking. Where he walked on the blacktop, they lost track of his footprints, and they don't know from there. I have so many questions with this. He encounters somebody else where he was trying to get in, and according to this person, he said that he thought he was going to die, and this person didn't help him.
Ugh.
Yeah.
That would weigh on my conscience.
Yeah. It goes on to say here too, and this was a while ago, and it was buried big time, you guys. I had a hard time finding information about this. Here's the breakdown of it. Ignore everything that we just talked about leading up to it. An 18-year-old boy that was a part of Greek Row was found under a bridge with an injury to the back of his head, froze to death.
With a blood alcohol content of 0.3.
Well, they're estimating that if he died on Saturday night.
Dude, at 0.3, how... right, because it would have been more before, right? Because it would have...
No, it would have been less on Sunday. If he died Sunday night because he was found Monday morning, it would have been less.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it would have been less. So they say that this is what he was wearing. He was 135 pounds. He was wearing jeans, he was wearing Vans, he was wearing a hooded sweatshirt, and he was wearing a pullover ski jacket.
Okay.
He was dressed for the occasion. I mean, it was in the teens.
Yeah.
Double layers, good to go. My concern with this is you have a Greek Row student that went to a party, got a head injury, and was put under a bridge. To me, this feels like foul play.
Yeah.
To me, this feels like something's up here. That they didn't want involvement of fraternity involvement. Now, we've talked about the fraternities now a couple times. This is not my opinion based on what happened in the story. This is what happened. He had an injury to his head. It wasn't talked about. He had marijuana in his system. it wasn't talked about. And one of the interesting things in here says, word for word, investigators are having mixed results from their interviews with students who were at the party, with many conflicting statements being given to police. Duke said there were about 120 people at the party. Some people are talking to us, but most aren't.
Not good.
You know,
Why not? Even if you don't have anything to add, why not say, well, I didn't really see him. I don't know.
most aren't talking. Yeah, it's strange. It's really strange. I wish I could find the evidence without having to submit a public request around this. Well, how do they know that he slipped and hit his head on the ice? Do they see a believable and consistent trail of head hitting ice and then blood trail?
Drip. Because, if you have alcohol in your system, and heads bleed a lot. Like, I've seen somebody who fell and, hit their head and it caused a gash, and even though it wasn't, super, super severe, it was, their skin was split open. They had to have stitches, or staples, but it was a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Way more than I expected.
They claim that he died of hypothermia, though, which I think is a very strange way. He was around houses. He was asking for help. His parents state multiple times he was asking for help in these situations. His parents came out and said that he was not the type of kid that parties. He had good grades. He was going to school to be a contractor. And this wasn't like him, that he didn't use drugs. Now, to be fair, we know what a lot of parents say that don't have their eyes open to what's going on here, right?
Yep.
So my question to you is, do you think that someone with 0.3 BAC left not knowing what direction they were? They're so drunk they don't know how to walk back to where they walked from. But they walked 7 miles, you guys. 7 miles. Talking to multiple homeowners, asking for help, laying down in a basement or front door. We don't know because the stories aren't clear.
Right.
What police say was, based on his footsteps, it looks like he was trying to get someone's attention, or was that a struggle area maybe?
Yeah.
That they were seeing?
Because that doesn't really totally make sense.
He was found frozen under the bridge and had a head injury. And this is in connection with the same Greek row that has 45% of their men leave college as an alcoholic or an addict. Confirmed 100% stat that's pulled directly from that .gov website that we talked about in part 2.
Jeez.
It's a same website that says that fraternity men are 3 times more likely to assault somebody.
How many more times? 3?
3 times. 300% more likely to assault somebody. Okay, so
it's very shady. I feel like there's
very
so many things that are not addressed that it's a problem.
Now get this. So after this happened, the college came out and they put together what they call a Greek life task force. Okay?
Okay.
You know what this consisted of?
What?
It consisted of a small group of fraternity and sorority alumni and current fraternity and sorority students.
Alumni?
And it says the relationship of UI Greek system and the task force will be reviewed by other fraternity members. So essentially, the college is saying, hey, this is a horrible situation. It looks like somebody messed up. So in order for us to help make our college safer, we're going to put together a task force of the same people that were involved in this situation and expect you guys to manage it.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's really strange. And I think it goes back to the 10-to-1 comment. So for every $1 a graduating college student gives to the college, a fraternity member gives 10. And remember, you guys, if all fraternities and sororities were picked up and taken off every college campus, there would be no more colleges.
Right, because they literally like fund the colleges.
They do,
like on their own.
They do.
It's kind of insane. Like I had no idea it worked that way until we started talking about this. So it makes sense that they want to protect, the interest of the fraternity and not want them to look bad.
Yeah. I just have so many question marks here, you guys. And I told you when we talked about these cases that we were going to dive deeper into these. And this is a good one to dive into because to me, are we sure that somebody that is blackout drunk would leave and walk 7 miles, jump fences, talk to people, tell people they needed help, be turned away multiple times, get their own head injury, and then lay under a bridge and freeze?
Right.
Is it possible this happened? Sure. It's possible. But it doesn't feel very plausible.
Yeah. And did you ever run across the interview with the lady who claimed she was one of those neighbors?
Mm-mm.
I could have swore I saw an interview like that, but I could be mistaken.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and look to see if I can find it again, because I'm pretty sure she was saying that a kid knocked on her door and she didn't know what was going on, but if she had known, she would have let him in. If you look at pictures of this kid, he looks so young.
I know.
Like he looks like a little teenager still, like 16.
I know.
He looks like really sweet too.
Yeah, it's really sad, and I think this is another victim of that Greek lifestyle. Whether something shady went on here, and we're able to prove a history of cover-ups being done in this area, or this is just a victim of circumstance, of somebody that has no experience drinking, getting way too plastered because of the Greek lifestyle, and that's what's expected, to the point where they couldn't control themselves, and this was the turnout. I see problems no matter what. This is a problem situation, no matter what.
Yeah, I agree.
But let me know what you guys think. Let me know how you feel about it. Does this prove a history of there being a possible connection to fraternities within the Idaho 4 case? Do you need to hear more cases like this? Because I plan on covering the rest of them that are in this area, giving a breakdown of exactly what happened. I suggest you guys look into it. You'll be able to see how many different stories there are here of what happened to him.
It's weird that the details change like that.
I know.
It's super strange.
I know.
Man, yep. I want to see those documents.
Yep.
For sure.
But maybe we'll follow up on this. Let us know what you think.
Okay, so I ran across this case because of A.R. Hayes, actually. He mentioned it in a video saying it was something super messed up going on in Kentucky. And I looked it up, and I found some interesting things, to say the least. It is super, super tragic. Like, really sad. So, who is Amber Spradlin and what happened to her? Amber was 38 years old at the time of her death, which was June 18th, 2023. Now, I've heard it was in the early hours of June 18th. I've also heard it's in the early hours of June 19th. So I don't know if it was... I'm honestly not... I'm not 100% sure. Because I saw contradicting things on that. But I know she went out one of those nights. It would have either been the night of the 17th or the night of the 18th.
Okay.
Because I probably, if I dug a little bit harder, I probably could have found out, but it's not super important to the story. And we can sort that out later. But anyway, she went out. Well, first I want to say who she is. Amber Spradlin was somebody who experienced a lot of tragedy in her younger life. Her mother was murdered in 1989, and it was an unsolved case. Her sister was in a car wreck and died in 1996, and then she was on her own. I'm not sure what happened to her father, but she was on her own.
Family passed.
So her grandparents actually raised her. And once she was an adult, her grandparents couldn't take care of themselves anymore. So she spent her whole adult life, until like 37 basically, caring for her grandparents.
Jeez.
She had no life outside of that.
Yeah, that's awful.
So...
Like, that's an awful situation to be put in after losing your closest family members and then feeling like you're obligated to be that person.
Yeah, and from all accounts, it sounded like she wanted to be that person. She did it because she wanted to take care of them and repay them for them raising her. And it may have been something that she was happy she did. I don't know. From what I've heard from family, she sounded like an incredible... kind, generous person. But unfortunately, at the time of her death, her grandparents had passed away, and she had been living on her own. She bought her own home and had been living on her own for less than a year. She got a job at the Brick House, which was a restaurant. She was a hostess there, and apparently made friends with her boss, because that night, her and her friend, Roy Kidd, went out to, it's called something Inn. I'm trying to find it in my notes because I was just going off memory here because I've been looking into this case like crazy. But it was something in Brick House. It was the Seasons Inn.
Okay.
So she, after work... that night of like I think it's the 18th, her and her friend Roy Kidd go out, and also her boss.
Okay.
Who's her boss? Her boss is Dr. Michael McKinney. He owns the Brick House. He's also a dentist in the area, a married man. So they all go to the Seasons Inn, and from what I can assume, from what I've heard, is that place, like this hotel, has like a restaurant and bar.
Okay.
So assuming they went out after work and had a drink or something like that. Well, then they go to Dr. Michael McKinney's home. Her boss's home.
All right.
I guess to assume having fun, continue having fun. Well, that's when we don't really know what happened. But we do know that there were at least 2 911 calls, and no cops arrived. That apparently within these 911 calls, it sounded almost like a fight was going on or something. And I've also heard it alleged that the second 911 call was them then calling back saying, everything's good here, you don't have to come out.
Okay.
And so cops never showed up. Well, another...
What state was this again?
This is Kentucky.
Dude,
I
in
meant
California,
I
they
meant to
show
mention
up.
that.
Even if
no
you
matter
call,
what.
No matter
what. That is typically protocol in the United States, absolutely. Even if you call back and say nothing's wrong, they are still required to come by and make sure nothing is wrong. Because I've accidentally called 911 before with my Apple phone emergency services thing, and they showed up, even though I answered and I was like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And they're like, well, we're still going to see you here in a second, so... but this was in Prestonburg, Kentucky, is where Amber's from and lived, but her boss's house was actually closer to Martin.
Okay.
But that's like outside of city limits of Prestonburg, but it's like a nothing kind of area. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's outside of city limits, and the 911 dispatch is in Prestonburg.
Okay.
So, then there's another 911 call made, like, I think it's like that morning. I don't have an exact time on that, but that morning a 911 call is made, and police do answer that one and go out there, and they find Amber. She had, and this is all comes from her cousin. Her cousin spoke in a press conference about this, and it's extremely graphic, so I don't know if I should say all of it or not.
Probably not.
But it's kind of, I felt like, it's probably really hard for a cousin to say, and I literally heard people bawling in the crowd as she was saying it, being like, and like crying because it's so bad.
I mean, you can say it. Doesn't matter.
There's been no one arrested in this case, and something's going on there. Something's going on there. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say for now. But her cousin says in the press conference that she was stabbed in the head, neck, and throat 11 times. From what I've heard, there were no defensive wounds, which is strange. Okay. She's 4'11", so she's not a very tall person. She's a heavier person, but she's not very tall. So I don't know that there's much she could do to defend herself, but typically, if you're awake and alert, if someone is doing that, you're gonna put your hands up or something. Mm-hmm. So was she asleep? Was she knocked out? Was, somebody holding her down? Like, what's going on there, But apparently her neck was cut all the way around. And then there was wounds with such force that they were going all the way through to, like, the back. And there's one that I'm not going to mention because it's really, really graphic in the face. But then there's the knife tip was broken off in her skull.
Jeez.
Her cousin was just really landing the point that this was, whoever did this is like a monster. Like, they brutally attacked her. This wasn't like a fight gone wrong. They had every intention of ending her in a horrible way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't even imagine, like, what her family must have felt hearing all of that. Especially after she just got out on her own, Yeah. She was just building a life for herself. And it sounded like she was a super good person. Her cousin talked about how, she loved animals. She was the first to help an animal lover, a churchgoer who didn't drink or go to bars. Which is, Martin, which I believe is another family member, said that trip to the bar that night with her boss and Roy Kidd is unheard of and makes no sense. That's not what she did. It's literally unheard of.
Wow. Yeah.
Weird. But maybe she was trying to get out of her comfort zone.
Could be.
And the one time she does it, something bad happens, which is horrible. Horrible. But she was, on her Facebook, it says she's a cat mom, a music lover, a world traveler. She was single, and her cats' name were Sadie and Twinkles. Super cute names. But anyway, the lawyer came up and started asking questions in this press conference, because the real question is, why did nobody show up to this home when a 911 call was made? Why did nobody show up? So we know from what the police have said that her boss was there, her friend was there, Roy Kidd, and 2 other people. Also, her boss is married. Was one of those other 2 people his wife? Was one of them his child? Family of 3?
I don't know. This sounds like super oddly similar to my next story.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's not the same thing.
Well, he's a local business owner and a dentist, and it sounds like he lives in a very affluent neighborhood.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't give you the green light to commit crime.
No, but I'm almost wondering, because no one's been arrested. They have not announced even a suspect or anything.
And when did it happen again?
This happened, I think it was, June 18th this year.
Jeez. Well.
So, the home is in Arkansas Creek, is what it states. I don't know exactly where that is. Apparently it's around Martin, but it's Arkansas Creek. That's the road that it's on. Like I said, there's 5 people there. The lawyer for Amber's family comes out, Dale Golden of Golden Law Office in Lexington, asking for any information from June 18th, asking about any 911 calls in this area that went unanswered or had delayed dispatch. Meaning they're probably looking to file a lawsuit.
Yeah, could they have kept her alive?
Right. 3, transfer of 911 calls to the city from the state. So here's what the real deal is with the 911 call. Apparently, December of 2022, the state police, there was some kind of deal because it was costing them a bunch of money for some reason. The city of Prestonburg had the 911 dispatch transferred from the state police dispatch center to their own dispatch center. Like, they made their own in the town. So it then became the city's dispatch center.
Okay.
So now what we're having is a bunch of politics involved in this case, which is horrible. And the city of Prestonburg is saying, no, the state police should have came. It's their responsibility. And the state is saying, no, when we signed those contracts and made that deal to hand it over to the city, they are supposed to handle those calls.
Yeah. It sounds like the city.
Sounds like the city.
If those contracts are legit and some kind of weird mistake wasn't made, it sounds like the city.
It absolutely sounds like the city to me, too, that they dropped the ball and they should have done it. But guess what? It doesn't sound like the city cares very much, because from the statements I saw made, it's horrible. So it's I think it's Mayor Lee Stapleton, I think is his name. Let me double check who made that comment. I don't want to put words in somebody's mouth who didn't say what was said, because it's horrible, in my opinion. Anyway, it was somebody with the city. I don't know if it was the mayor or the police chief, because I lost it, but we'll put it up. I'll put it up here when I find it on the screen. But essentially what was said, and I'm thinking it was the police chief, that they have to prioritize the city because they're the ones who pay the tax dollars to fund that 911 dispatch. So, therefore, if they don't have enough cars in the area to respond outside of city limits, they will, send it to the state troopers. But there's, almost this black spot in the process where the state troopers are saying, nah, that's your guys' responsibility. I don't know. It's really strange.
Yeah,
it's super
it
strange.
Sounds really messed up to me. I wonder
if it's their dispatch center and their police are there.
Then they should be responding. I'm assuming that if they have that coverage a square mile, it has something to do with pay somehow, right? Like however many square miles you cover is how much money you get paid per square mile or something like that. Then
I don't know about all
then
that
is your coverage area. I bet you it's something like that. It always is.
I know it was costing the city apparently a bunch of money to use the 911 dispatch through the state for some reason.
But then they don't want to cover it. They're like, we're not going to pay you to cover it. You just give it back to us, but we're not really going to cover it.
Yeah,
we're just going to leave all those people hanging.
Well, there's been multiple 911 calls that have gone unanswered, like a family dispute. There was a 911 call from outside of city limits, and they said, hurry, somebody's about to get shot. They didn't show up, and somebody got shot. So, honestly, they're probably going to have several lawsuits on their hands because of this eventually. And they absolutely deserve that. Because to say that people outside of city limits, like, they don't pay...
get police coverage?
That sounds archaic. Like, what? I'm sorry, what year do we live in right now? You don't have your system set up good enough to where there's literally black spots where people can't make a 911 call? They can't?
Yeah.
And get assistance?
I feel like it's lawsuits.
And they deserve it.
Yeah, I agree.
It's disgusting and
despicable. It's going to end up costing them way more money.
And I don't think it's the state police's fault at all.
It doesn't sound like it to me.
They signed it over. They said, this is your jurisdiction. Since you're taking over this 911 dispatch, here you go.
That's what it sounds like to me.
It sounds like Prestonburg it's only a population of 3,000. And... it sounds like they're short of staffed, but I'm sorry, if you're going to take over a 911 dispatch and have jurisdiction over those areas and you are supposed to respond to it, then you better up your staff.
Yeah, I agree.
And if you didn't have the budget for it,
then you shouldn't have agreed to that.
You shouldn't have agreed to this deal. How much money are you really saving? What?
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
No. Sounds like a horrible murder, though.
It is horrible. It's absolutely horrific.
Jeez.
So the family apparently has listened to the phone calls, and it says that Amber's voice wasn't on either of them, either one of the phone calls, and the call that came in that was answered was around like 10 a.m. And the call apparently said around 10 a.m. that somebody had been murdered, which is interesting. Now, this channel, I want to shout out two channels real quick because they both had some interesting information. Lord and Arts, at Lord and Arts on YouTube, pulled up a GPS and showed that there was a hospital only 5 minutes away. So, if 911, like, cops weren't showing up, they could have got her to a hospital within 5 minutes in a car. Interesting, right? And that guy's a dentist. So he has some medical knowledge.
Yeah.
Also, True Crime Garage posted a video on it recently on YouTube, and they said they have connections in the in Kentucky State Police, and they said they think this is going to be solved very, very soon. I hope they're right. Because from all accounts, it hasn't seemed that way from the outside. I mean, the investigator that I saw talking about it said it was going to take him months to go through all the evidence. Doesn't sound like that's super priority, but he claimed that they were pushed to, like, the front of the line to have their evidence gone over. So, I don't know. I don't know about that. We'll see, I guess. But they did say they've been getting a ton of, like, the Kentucky State Police have been getting a ton of false leads. So they've been going on dead end after dead end because of, there's been protests in this town. There's been all kinds of issues in this town because of this case. So there's a lot of talk. It's a tiny town. They're talking a lot, and they've gotten a ton of false leads that have sent them on goose chases that didn't amount to anything. So they literally made a statement like, please only, like, relevant information be called in. I know that the family is asking for donations to go to their local animal shelter. There's a scholarship in her name formed from, like, the school that she went to. And it's really, really sad that this could happen in this year. You know what I mean?
And
like, where we're at.
Show up.
And police don't show up. That's terrifying. I would be terrified if I live in this area.
Yeah.
I would be super concerned. And like, I saw people were protesting about Amber's murder, but you guys need to be out protesting in the streets about the 911 call system. It just needs to be moved back to the state police.
I agree. It doesn't make sense. It's really gross that they did it because of money, and then they're not going to offer 911 coverage, but then not give it back to the state police.
Exactly.
Gosh.
And what's going on in this home? So I know that essentially they're dealing with people who don't want to talk, is what's going on. And
Okay.
they did have somebody that they said they couldn't get a hold of, and they left it totally vague, that they couldn't get a hold of, but that came forward. But this person wasn't a person of interest.
Okay.
Like, that's all we got. And we know the man's home this happened at. This happened in somebody's house. Like, if we were, like, think you're sitting at home and you have people coming over, hanging out, and one of them gets murdered. Like, how many people do you think it could be?
You just arrest all the people there and start putting them through interrogations.
Yeah.
That's what should have happened.
I have no idea what happened, to be honest. I don't think anybody knows for sure. But I see a lot of people alleging a possible cover-up because this guy's very affluent in the area. I don't know about the local police, but I don't think the state police are involved in that. And they're who is investigating the crime. And the family is super confident in the state police. So
the state police are investigating, not even the city?
From what I'm seeing,
the city literally flat out refused?
I don't know if the city flat out refused, but I know the state police have taken the lead on the case.
If I was state police, I would have too. I'd have been like, you guys are imbeciles.
You suck.
Yeah,
You
what
suck.
are you doing?
What are you doing? That is my main question, is how can you think it's okay for people to go without emergency services? That's okay. And you're talking about bouncing their 911 call around to other places, hoping somebody else will pick it up or something? And then what? It gets bounced back to you because they're like, this isn't in our jurisdiction. Here. That's yours. It's really strange. But anyway, I want to know what you guys think. We could probably dive more into the 911 call system there, because I was trying to cover it, like, that part of it kind of, I don't know, more basic than other, like, Lord and Arts covers it pretty extensively. So he's a good creator to go check out for that. But I just wanted to get the basics down of the case so that we can follow the developments and maybe dig in more on certain aspects of it that aren't making sense. Because I have a lot of questions. I have questions about the dentist and what went on in that home and why there's no arrest or even suspects.
Yeah.
Why did nobody show up for the first 911 call?
Yeah.
Especially when they supposedly they heard an altercation. That is super shady.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Let us know what you think.
All right. So what have you heard about Mary Collins? Have you ever heard that name?
I don't think so.
I didn't either until recently, and I was just doing like regular research into different true crime cases, and lately I've been trying to look up like police mistakes, fraud, things like that. That's how it came to this, because I'm interested in like the statistics around how many cases on average have police corruption. And last week I found one that wasn't corruption. This isn't corruption either, in my opinion. I think this is just a mistake, man. And I'll talk about the statistics at the end of it. But who is Mary Collins? Mary Collins was a 20-year-old girl, and she was a 20-year-old girl that was born with 22q deletion syndrome, also known as DeGeorge syndrome. I think it's like a midline...
A chromosome defect?
Yep. Those with the rare genetic condition may exhibit medical symptoms that can include heart defects, poor immune system function, among others, as well as delayed development with behavioral and emotional problems. I know she had to have her palate like rebuilt and things. So Mary had a hard time growing up, man. I mean, she was developmentally like 5 years behind what her age was. So her parents say mentally she was like 14, 15, 16 years old, but she was a 20-year-old girl. And, kids are mean. So
yeah.
A lot of times that comes with bullying. Well, this is right around when COVID was hitting hard, man, and the whole country was locked down and everything. And at one point, Mary had dated this guy, Levy. And, so Levy Fam was 23. It might be Pam even, I'm not sure. A different nationality. And Levy had dated Mary before. So it ended up not working out for whatever reason, and they broke up. And Levy started dating this girl, Kelly Lavery. Well, they stayed friends, or so Mary Collins thought. And through their friendship, maybe there was some jealousy going on in the beginning. I don't really know. But this new girl, Kelly, was known to be a bully to Mary, and on multiple occasions made even comments so bad, telling her like, hey, you're so gross, you should end yourself. Stuff like that.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I think due to Mary's medical conditions and issues that she had, she always looked at people like the most optimistic. She just wanted to be accepted, having a hard time growing up and everything. So she chose to forgive these people and continue hanging out with them. So, yeah. So, COVID is raging. Everyone's at home. Nobody has anything to do except for hang out with friends and family. And these two reach out. Kelly and Levy reach out and say they want to hang out. Come on over, Mary. We want to hang out with you. And at 2:30 p.m.
Oh, I know. I have heard this, actually.
On March 28th at 2:30 p.m., Mary headed over to their house, to their apartment. They got an Uber for her and paid for it. And once she got over there, they started hanging out. They ended up going out to eat together, took all kinds of videos and pictures of them hanging out. Even took a video of them like walking out of the apartment and walking in, joking, what seemed like they were laughing and having a good time. And they continued to hang out in the apartment. Within a couple hours, they ended up calling over another friend. I don't know if alcohol was involved. I'm not really sure. But as far as we knew, they were, just hanging out and partying and being young 20s, whatever. Well, fast forward in time here a couple days. So on March 30th, Kelly's phone, she couldn't be reached, right? So she has this disorder. She's really close to her family. She lives with her family. She said she was going to hang out over here. And 2 days had gone by, and her family hadn't been able to get a hold of her, which is really uncommon. Really, really uncommon. And what?
I don't remember exactly what happened, but I do remember her mom or whoever her caretaker was saying that she literally could not be without her phone. Like, she had to have it because it had all these reminders on it, and she also was just learning how to get around town because of her disorder. Like, she didn't have a sense of direction at all.
Yeah.
Like, she literally needed it for lots of things in her everyday life.
Yeah.
So this, like, would not happen. She would not just not be on her phone, have her phone.
Yeah. So her parents knew that something was strange going on since they couldn't get a hold of her. They hadn't heard from her in 2 days. So what they ended up doing was pulling up their wireless carrier and locating her last location. You know, they knew she was going over to hang out with friends. They didn't know exactly where that apartment was. They pulled up the locator and saw that she had never left that apartment. The last known location was this apartment. So they felt okay, gave it a few hours, kept trying to call. Maybe her phone was dead during those call attempts, whatever. But after a few hours, no dice, nothing. So her grandma decided, you know what, I'm going over there. I'm just too worried. I just want to make sure she's okay. This is really, 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 really uncommon. So she goes over there, and Levy answers the door and says, oh, yeah, I mean, you just missed her a few hours ago. She just left a few hours ago. And her grandma was like, what do you mean left? And they said, I don't know. We've been hanging out here, but she said she needed to go, and she left a few hours ago. That's all we know. And she said, okay, and didn't feel very good about that.
Yeah.
And left, continued calling, no go. No pickup, phone dead, whatever, going straight to voicemail. So at 11 p.m. that same night, the grandma calls police and says, hey, she gives them a rundown, what's going on. You know what I mean? I haven't heard from her in a few days, this last location, yada, yada, yada. And basically the police say, look, she's a 20-year-old girl, and there's not much we can do about it. You can call this number, file a missing persons, and they'll handle it from there. So she calls the investigators' number, files a missing person, which takes a little bit of time for them to call you back unless it's an underage child. But the police do decide to go over there and check. So they stop by and just talk to Levy, and Levy says, hey, she was here. Essentially just repeats the same story as he told the grandma. The investigators call him back and they say, the grandma's worried at this point. A whole nother 24 hours has gone by, and the grandma's worried at this point. And the investigator's like, look, she's a 20-year-old girl. Like, there's nothing that we can do for her. And the grandma lays everything out on the table. Look, she has this syndrome, and I understand she's 20, but mentally she's only 14, 15 years old. Like, it's not the same as a normal person. And basically the investigators tell her to kick rocks,
It's so messed up.
It is so messed up.
That is not okay.
No, it is not okay. Oh, man. It makes me wish there's like a list of disorders or syndromes that like should override that always.
There is
You know
now.
what I mean? Not in every state. It's state by state.
You're right.
So this is what the grandma does. The grandma doesn't feel right. The phone says it's there, right? When a phone dies, it leaves its last known location. It says it's at the apartment, and she would not have left without it. If she did briefly, she would have came back and got it. Like, that just can't happen. So the grandma is feeling weird about this, and she sets up a family rotation to watch this apartment, dude. And
They literally become the cops?
They do. So at every minute of the day for a 24-hour rotation, the family takes turns watching this apartment, watching for her to come out. Because was she in the apartment and for some reason she was like, I don't want to go back home anymore. You know what I mean? Like, it could be anything. For real, it could be anything.
The fact that police wouldn't just say, hey, can we take a look around?
They did. But, so they... Not quick enough.
Okay.
And the family's doing this thing. The cops go back. The investigators this time, because remember, the police did it the first time. Then the investigators go back and say, you know, can we take a look around? Cops stopped by here once. Can we take a look around? So the Levy lets them in, and they look around, whatever, and lifts the mattress even in the bed, so like the layout is like an L shape, okay? There's like an L shape, and they look around everywhere and lift the mattress in the back and shows them that she's not there. There's nothing there, okay? Well, the family isn't okay with this still. They think that something's going on there. She has to be there. There's no way she would have left her phone and just never came back. Something is wrong. And the family continues pressing. And yes, they turn into the police. They go to the door and they essentially like try and force him to let them in. He does. He lets them in and is resistant to let him in the back bedroom. Finally lets him in the back bedroom and says, look, she's not here. She is not here, you know. And they leave frustrated, but Levy calls the police. So the investigator then calls the family and says, you can't do this. You got to leave them alone, you know. And the family knows more, and she has a syndrome that hinders her emotional age and intelligence age and things like that. So the family presses on, right? And they call the investigators and say, hey, can you get the video from this place to see if she went in and ever came out? The investigators blows them off and is like, nah, I can't. That requires a warrant, which, if you guys don't know, it is a public area. It doesn't require a warrant. Where the parking and things are, it does not require a warrant. If you have a badge, you could have gone in there and got that. But so the family blows up this apartment complex and finally agree to let the family see the video. But when they go in there, because so many days had passed, it was already erased from the month prior, so they didn't get to see that. Well, they were feeling...
That's terrible.
Yeah, they were feeling like they were at a dead end here, okay?
Yeah.
Well, within 24 hours, the whole thing flips. A guy comes forward. A guy calls the police department and says, hey, I have information to tell you guys, okay? And the police have him come in, and he says, hey, there is a body there. She is there. Who's calling in? It is a James Solero, and he says he went there for a party. They tied Mary up to a chair, okay, so trigger warning, everybody. Against her will, tied her up to a chair, and then proceeded to beat her and stab her. Yeah, the three of them proceeded to beat her and stab her. And she literally had wounds all over her body, according to him. So what he says after that is that those two, Levy and Kelly, put her in a bathtub and essentially bled her out in the bathtub. So,
gosh. And there was no evidence of this when the cops walked in? They literally cleaned it up that good?
No evidence.
Well, now, I mean, the cops probably weren't even looking that hard, to be honest.
The cops took heat for this, rightfully so.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Once they got this, they got a search warrant. And this time, Levy wasn't allowed to walk the cops through. They're like, yo, get out of the way. We're doing it, you know. And they search everything. And in that back bedroom, they realized that, the mattress was like 100 pounds too heavy. and they find a body in there, and she was hidden really, really good on the or in between the mattress. When looking, they opened up the mattress, and there is a duct tape body. Literally, the whole body, like a mummy, was duct taped from head to toe.
You said in between the mattress, but she was literally inside of the mattress.
Yeah. Like in between the top layer and bottom layer, like in the mattress.
Inside the mattress.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I know. So the officers arrest all 3 of them and charge them all with murder. Now, in the what's it called, where they check the body?
Autopsy?
The coroner. Yep, during the autopsy in the coroner's report, when they were pulling her apart to find out exactly what had happened, she was first layered with saran wrap, and then like shower gels put on her to like try and prevent smells or something like that, and then they wrapped her from head to toe like a mummy in duct tape. So they cut all that stuff off, and they checked her whole body, and they found out that she had like 133 stab wounds.
Oh my
and
gosh.
It was really brutal because whatever they were using was not deep. Like, these were not deadly stab wounds. She was alive.
For all of them?
For most of them. Who knows if she lost consciousness? I don't know. But they were on her neck, on her head, her ear, her face, her chest, her back, literally everywhere. And not very deep. So, she bled out in the bathtub. Really sad. Like, super sad, dude. And
what is wrong with them?
I don't know. And with such a nice girl, like, dude, she put up with the bullying and just wanted to be friends and hang out and have people, that she could call her own friends. And something like this happens. Like, it's so disgusting. It is so gross.
Yeah.
And so they all get arrested and charged. And during the interrogations and conversations and things like that, they find out that a 4th person was called. This James Solero, right, who called in the tip, had reached out to a Tinder date he had and asked her to come over and help clean up. And she did, willingly.
What? Hey, Tinder date, come over and help me cover up a murder. Okay, yeah, I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Her name was America Deal.
What a dummy. What?
I don't know.
Why would you do something like that for
saying.
somebody you barely know?
Why would you do something like that at all? But yes, why would, how do you bring up that conversation like, hey, you're super hot. I would love to kill someone with you. What? Is there some kind of underground language to let people know, hey, I'm a killer and sociopath or something?
Yeah, I don't know. That's super weird, man.
I don't know, but this crime was awful. It was horrible. It grossed me out. It made me feel really bad for her.
I feel terrible.
It made
for
me
her.
wish that there were just less evil people in there. That these people were so self-centered. Even when they were arrested, they were trying to figure out ways not to get murder one. They tried lying and saying that because murder one was premeditated. This was premeditated. The reason they went out and took all those videos was to try and prove that she was alive when they were with her. Okay, but they ended up telling the prosecution in the state that they got mad. It was in a fit of rage because she wouldn't have a threesome with them. Their phone text messages planning this a day ahead prove that it was planned. It was orchestrated ahead of time. So they all ended up getting first-degree murder. Kelly Lavery was sentenced to 25 to 32 years in prison. She won't be out till late 50s, early 60s. Lavy was pled not guilty, so we're waiting for that trial. And then James got bonded out, pled not guilty, and we're waiting on that as well, while that American deal got let out too on a bond. So I know
They're out on bond?
Yeah. Is that not super weird?
That's ew. Why would they do that?
I don't know.
He was just as much involved as the other two were.
I don't know.
And she literally was a Tinder date and came over and helped clean it up.
Yeah, he wasn't. I think what will happen with James is, I bet you realistically he will probably be charged with concealing a death and assault with a deadly weapon and maybe attempted, because it was Levy and Kelly who put her in the bathtub and proceeded to end her. Because remember, she was alive with the stab wounds.
Okay.
So I do think that James will probably get lesser charges just based on how the court will look at it.
Okay.
Because those two were in the bathroom ending her. You know what I mean?
Like the official.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's the one who came forward and told. That's going to go a long way.
You're right.
He's going to catch
Yeah.
time. There's no way around that. He's going to do time. But he came forward, you know?
Yeah, it's gonna be less for sure.
Yeah, maybe he'll only get 15 years or 20 years or something like that. But, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So my big thing is what can be done different? Because could this have been prevented? Based on the timeline, it doesn't seem like it could be prevented. But could the family felt like law enforcement had their back? Like, one thing they mentioned is that law enforcement failed her over and over and over and over and over again. They even feel like those two getting let out on bond was a failure. They feel like the plea agreement for 25 to 32 years and not life is a failure.
Yeah.
They feel like they've been failed over and over and over again, basically told to kick rocks by the police.
Yeah, and I agree with them.
Yeah.
100%. I would feel the same way if I was in their shoes. I would feel like you guys dropped the ball big time. Like, I think an issue that you see in some police officers, not all, and I feel like it's changed over the years, but when a person goes missing and a family member comes out, like say it's a child or something, and the mom is like, hey, my child would never run away.
Yeah.
Never. It wouldn't happen. This is not normal. Something happened. I need you guys to look into this. And back in the day, they used to be like, well, it's a runaway. We have to wait 48 hours, blah, blah, blah. Like, this reminds me of that. Well, she's 20 years old and she can do what she wants.
I agree. I think there's a problem with it.
The moment, especially if they are a child or they are, like, handicapped in some way.
Anyway, yeah. I agree.
There needs to be honestly, even if they're not, I think there needs to be at least a missing persons put out right away.
I agree.
If their family members are saying, this is unlike them. They didn't just run away. This is odd.
I agree with you.
The
And
police should take that very seriously immediately.
I immediately felt that same way, right? And one thing that I try and do all the time is I always try and prove myself wrong.
Yeah.
That's always the perspective I take in any situation, especially when I start feeling emotions over something, because all emotions are biased. You can't have emotions and not be biased. So I always try and prove them wrong, right? And I was like, okay, that's messed up for the family. So how can I look at this differently? And I started looking at police. How could police look at this the wrong way, right? Being in a position where they care about helping people. So I started looking up missing person stats. And it says, according to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons Database, which is funded by U.S. Department of Justice, more than 600,000 people go missing annually. Approximately 4,400 unidentified bodies are recovered each year. Nationwide, there are roughly 6.5 missing persons for every 100,000 people. Luckily, the vast majority of missing persons cases are quickly resolved, which is what I was looking for. For example, 521,705 missing persons cases were reported in 2021. More than 485,000 of those were resolved within the year. So I broke that up into a percentage. That is 93% of missing persons were found alive, well, and taken care of.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
That's pretty impressive.
That means more than 9 out of every 10 people that get filed as a missing persons are actually found alive and well. So.
And a lot of police work is based off statistics.
It is. I'm not giving them an excuse here, but what I am giving them is knowledge is power. If I'm a police officer, I would love to have this stat. So not to not do your job, but to when you start feeling like, oh, a missing person again, like she's 20, they're going to find her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I see what you're saying.
You can lean on this stat.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I totally see what you're saying. I just think when you have families saying, hey, like, this is... And in the case of her having this, this syndrome, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
If there's anyone who has a syndrome like that or like a mental handicap or anything like that, I feel like there's so much at risk, like so much more at risk than a lot of people. Because they can't pick up on certain things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like her, she was like a people pleaser and she wanted to be like cool and stuff. And I don't know, it's just super sad. Like it should have been taken much more serious than it was, I think. And even if they didn't take it serious at first, they doubled down after the grandma coming to them multiple times.
Yeah. It was a fail, for sure.
But hopefully they learn from it. I mean, it's unfortunate that... I mean, clearly she was already gone by the time they went looking for her. Mm-hmm. But it's unfortunate it takes all of this to learn that lesson. But hopefully they grow from it.
Yep. I hope so. But I'm more curious what you guys think. And make sure you let us know. And let us know.
Yeah.
And that is the show tonight. This is Thought Riot Podcast, your favorite true crime and criminal culture podcast. Make sure you do all the things, hit all the likes, do all the notifications, leave all the comments everywhere, all at once. And come hang out with us during the live streams.
Yeah, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yes, it is the True Crime Talk Show. And we are digging in deeper, having more fun, hanging out with everybody, and seeing what kind of trouble we can get in. Come hang out.
Trouble. We're not getting into trouble.
Yeah.
Not us.
Yes. But come hang out, and we will see you there.
Yes.
See you later.
Bye.